Hello, hello, hello. It's always great to be the guy who comes in after lunch, so I want to wake everybody up. I'm John Holtz, Director of Business Development for Legito North America, and I couldn't be happier to be here today to welcome you to our user conference in the gorgeous city of Prague. What an amazing place to have a user conference. I do want to acknowledge we have a lot of folks joining us today remotely. For certain reasons, for travel restrictions, they weren't able to join us, and we welcome you as well. And on behalf of everyone at Legito, we want to welcome you because it's so exciting to be here to see folks face to face. After so many years of just being behind our desk, behind Zoom calls, to get out and meet you, we really appreciate. So we've grown the business exponentially in recent years, and this conference is really an example of that, because we have so many clients represented from all corners of the world. And I thought I would share with you some of those areas. We have clients from Australia, Colombia, Canada, Bulgaria, Germany, Italy, Poland, Portugal, Romania, South of Africa, Spain, the UK, the Netherlands, and the Americas. So, holy smokes, we have been busy, and Andres, you have been a very busy man. Everyone, please give a hand to the man who made this possible today, Andres Materna, our founder and CEO. I can't see him out there, but he wasn't expecting that. But he's the one that put me up here on stage, so I have to have a little bit of fun with him. So our success and rapid expansion is due, we believe, in large part to the rapid feature development that we have put out in the past few years, and is largely due to the ideas from you, our community, our user base. In Legito, we aspire to be a leading voice in digital transformation and in document automation in particular, which is really becoming an ever more critical component to the tech stack of any growing concern, be it in legal, finance, government, or corporate operations. Really, driving operational efficiency is more important today than ever to achieve sustainable growth. And for that reason, we've dubbed the theme of our conference today to be Power Up. So Power Up to meet the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Power Up to lead our organizations to use smarter, innovative technology that's easy to learn, manage, support, and most importantly, effectively adopt to maximize the performance of our organizations. So with that in mind, we're going to get things kicked off. Our agenda today is really designed around all the things that I just discussed, and really it's to help you better understand all of our roles in supporting automation in our organizations, to knowing how to properly evaluate and select technology, to best practices and how to effectively implement and adopt. All of the topics, again, are topics and content based on what we've learned from you, the user community, and we're most grateful to many of you in the audience today that's going to be participating in the presentation in our panel discussions. So with that, I'd like to kick things off. We have an afternoon packed full of informative presentations from industry leaders and Legito users in the panels. For anyone who attended our sessions this morning, you probably had the pleasure of meeting Charles Drayson. Charles is a UK lawyer and legal tech observer. He has been using document automation for over 20 years in the preparation of contracts, mostly IT contracts. And here at Legito, Charles is the thought leader who writes and posts articles on timely matters in our industry. If you haven't had an opportunity to read some of these, I strongly encourage you to do so. So with that said, with no further ado, I'm going to introduce Charles. Please welcome Charles Drayson to the stage.
I'm juggling a few things here, and they just said this is really expensive not to drop it, apparently. So, my name's Charles Drayson. Great to see you all. I'm Legito's Chief Community Officer, but I'm not a full-time member of the Legito staff. My normal role is more like yours. I work with documents most of the time. I'm a UK lawyer, and my background is mostly with large UK law firms, and I also did quite a long spell as general counsel for an organisation. But my Legito role is about sharing stories and experiences to show what can be achieved with solutions like this. So my journey with document automation began at the dot-com boom. We were really busy, too busy to do work in the traditional way. I became immersed in what we now call legal tech. That wasn't a phrase then. But much of the last 20 years has been about using legal tech to modernize legal practice, modernize legal operations, and using automation to get work done. And in that time, I've had quite a few reactions. And the reactions vary from, well, I can think of one partner who stood me up at a conference like this, said, our work is too complex, too specialized, too skilled to have anything to do with a product like this. We were talking about document automation. And at the other extreme, to people who said, thank heavens there might be some way of lightening the load that we've got. Probably the most interesting automation journey I had was automating the suite of mortgage documents for one of the global banks. That was a 6-month project. Just to give you a feel for some of the others, the longest running project I had was something I sponsored when I was General Counsel. We put in place a suite of contract templates, which we used for 16 years, until eventually they were replaced. And in that time, we automated about 20,000 commercial contracts. And I'm guessing that revenue would have been about £500 million. Services for that were in about 70 countries. How am I here today? Well, the first thing is, the reason I'm here today is because some of the other people here, people like Gary Johnson, Mark, who some of you have seen today, Mark Settle, John, who you've met. Our time together goes back quite a few years in this industry before Legito even existed. And when they joined Legito, and they all came, I figured this has to be going places, because I trusted them. And I knew it would be a fun place to be. But I'm also here because I think we're at a turning point. We're at a turning point in the adoption of technologies like Legito. Because there's now a serious recognition from serious organizations that technology is a must-have. We must do it to augment document-centric processes. And I'm also here because at last I can see in Legito a solution that goes beyond what we just used to call document automation and can now span the whole end-to-end process. Okay, this conference is about inspiration, interaction, and action. It's about recognizing why your work matters and how you can all take energy and give energy to your peers in this room, challenge each other, and share opportunities and ideas. And I do look forward to seeing you later. But I just want to get a feel for who's here, which is actually going to be quite difficult with these lights. What type of business are you in? I'm going to get you to do a show of hands in a minute. Maybe you're in the document production business. Maybe the value of what you sell is in the documents. Maybe you're an advisory business. Maybe you sell products and services. Of course, maybe you don't fit in any of these, but try. If you're with a big organization, perhaps answer this question from the perspective of your team and your internal customers. So, hoping that I can see a little bit, I'm going to step forward without falling off. Let's have a show of hands. Who's in category number 1? Not very many. Category number 2? Yep, a few people there. Category number 3? Okay, so it's mostly categories 2 and 3. Okay, why are we spending time together to discuss document-centric automation? Why does it matter? It matters because documents are containers for important information on which our organizations depend. And if they don't, why are you bothering? Documents tell the outside world about our commitments, our promises, our direction of travel. They communicate what we treat as important. They create impressions. They leave a record that lingers after verbal conversations have finished. They can open or close doors to people before you get a chance to have those conversations. And they endure for years. History may judge you from the documents you create. And before then, a court may judge you for the documents you create. Done badly, they can trip you up. But done well, they can give you the benefit of the doubt. And in a world that still has prejudices about judging people by the way they look, by their body language, documents give you a chance to make an objective, fair impression before you even get to meet them. Documents are important. What you do matters. When you speak, the listener must scrutinize what you say in real time. But when you use a document, they have a chance to read it, to take their time, to find fault, and they do. So let's think about how documents are consumed. I said documents are a container for information. And I was going to ask a volunteer at this point until we realized that somebody was likely going to kill themselves come up here. So I'm going to call John back on the stage. Okay. I have here a bag of rice. And John's job, John, you're at home, you're about to cook a meal. You do cook, don't you, John? You do. I want you to open that bag of rice just as you would at home. Actually, it wasn't supposed to be quite that much mess, John, but thank you. John's going to get to clear this up in a minute.
I'll clean this up for you, Charles.
Okay. Who uses a whole bag of rice when they cook a meal? No, me neither. What do we think of the packaging of that rice? How do we like it as a convenient way to store what we don't use? By the way, John, you might want to come back with that brush in a minute for someone. Now, has anyone got at home one of these? We call them Tupperware in the UK, but I believe it's not called Tupperware here. One of these containers, that nice reassuring click that you hear when you close it. Any good for storing rice? Maybe a bit bigger. Do we like this as a container better for storing stuff? I asked you all what business you're in. If you're in the business of handling documents, I suggest you're in the packaging business. You're in the business of packaging information. And information that has to be packaged in a way that's convenient for your audience. Packaged in a way that can be reused. Packaged in a way that the contents won't be lost and that you won't annoy the customer. Okay, who's got one of these? I hope the camera can pick it up. Storage tray. Lots of containers. It's got all the same great features of that Tupperware, but it's got another advantage. At home, actually, this was containing a load of nuts and bolts of different sizes when I was mad enough to try and restore a boat. So it's got one great advantage. You can sift things into their different sizes. Now, sure, I could just shove all the nuts and bolts in one big container, but this makes it easy to store what I need where I need it. I bet your documents would be more useful as containers if they were more like this. This container isn't just a storage device. This is an organizing device. I could write a label on each of the compartments to identify what's there and where things belong. And then sometime later, if I need to come back and find stuff, I don't have to remember how I stored it. I can easily find it. In short, if I use boxes like this, I can spend more time using the contents and less time looking for the contents. Does it mean my work is simple if I use devices like this? Does it mean I work in a simplified environment? When they build an Airbus, they take their components from racks of things like this. They follow a set process, and that's advanced engineering at work. Many of the documents you create are built using information, let's call it data, produced in some part of your organization, maybe coming from your customers, maybe coming from your suppliers. And when you package it in a Word document without any further thought, you risk losing the structure of that data for good. If I just stored all my nuts and bolts in this, you can see the difficulty. Now, there's probably a machine out there that would sift through all those nuts and bolts using a clever robotic process and sort them in order. And so it is with software solutions. There are companies out there selling really clever AI tools. There are people with advanced postgraduate educations using artificial information and machine learning to extract information from old documents. They say they can do automatic contract reviews. They can search through document repositories to see what's necessary for litigation. They can review documents to extract the metadata so that they can be filed properly in a document management system. And if you've got no choice, that software could be a solution for you. But it's not the most dependable solution. Not yet. But the key thing is, you do have a choice. You can start storing documents and handling documents now in a way that befits a digital world. And this is the inspiration we want to offer you. Let's talk about interaction. COVID stopped interaction plainly, and it is really good to meet people here who are in person today. But that's not the kind of interaction I want to talk about. If you're working with documents, they don't exist in a vacuum. As containers, their job is to carry information from people, organizations, and systems to others who need it. There are people who contribute to your documents. There are those who will check them, who will approve them. There are those who will scrutinize what they contain. There are the people who negotiate them, manage them, use them as a reference source, and store them later for later retrieval. In the early days of document automation, software companies had tools to assemble documents from variable data. And those tools did get better and better. It's now possible to automate just about anything you might put into a Word file, including the metadata. But they had a problem. After a document was created, the tools had nothing more to offer. They were no better and no worse than any Word document created by any traditional means. They moved around, mostly by email. They got edited, and worse, they usually got printed. And once printed, they lost what little was left of their digital origins. And they entered our business processes with all the sophistication of bureaucracy that's been around for generations. And most of the early adopters of document automation wanted to go further. And they were actually surprised to find the technology had a short reach. Now sure, there were other tools. We had business workflow tools. We had document storage tools, and fairly recently we had document signature tools, all in a digital context. But if you wanted a technology to help you with an end-to-end process, you had to implement multiple tools. You had to deal with manual handoffs between them. Or you could build integrations. Integrations that were difficult to manage, because as soon as one of the components changed, the integration had to be updated. And many of those solutions were designed for specific subject matter, which actually made it really difficult to employ on an enterprise-wide basis. And even the organizations who deployed those multiple tools faced a problem. The tools were okay if the document flowed one way through a process. They didn't work so well if a document had to move backwards through a process. The tools effectively assumed that organizations could operate a standard process. Now, have you ever tried to impose a standard process on your customers or your suppliers? I can say what happens when you do that. When you deploy a standard process, the people in that process start to treat the technology as an obstacle, something to be avoided. They'll game the system. They'll avoid the system. They'll ignore your process, and they'll use words like pragmatism and commerciality. And why? Because a standard process like that doesn't recognize the role of humans. It doesn't recognize the interaction between humans and organizations. Now, there are one or two global organizations who get to dictate how we consume their products and services, the commercial process for buying them. But the rest of us, we have to live in a different world. When your organization wants the benefit of automation, leave a space for the humans. Leave a space for negotiation, for change, and even for real work. And whatever systems you deploy, build in some flexibility. So my first automation project was, as a general counsel, for a sales-driven organization. Sales are hard, they're messy, they're long. It'd be really easy to criticize salespeople for taking shortcuts to get deals done. But those are the folk who provide the power and the growth behind companies. On the other hand, we had to do something to manage their antics. We launched a contract automation tool at a sales conference. But we made a bargain with them. And the bargain I made is this: you must use the automation tools that we give you today. But in return, we must make the tool usable. And if either of us fails in that bargain, we expect to be challenged. And that's the same bargain I've offered to other organizations since. And let's look at what that means. It means we build a system which does the tedious work, the work which makes it easy for users to do the right thing by default, to follow rules without having to read through pages of policy documents. It's a system that caters for predictable variation. And it's a tool that makes it easy to do the simple stuff, but it frees up the time of humans to do human work, things that aren't simple, things that aren't predictable. If we see a benefit to automating a document or a process, it's our job to make it more attractive than doing things manually. It must be a tool that users will miss if it wasn't there. Such a tool needs multiple features in one place. Now, there's always going to be a demand for more features, more insight, more analysis, more breadth, and of course it must allow for interaction. That kind of deployment has to evolve, because it's too hard to do everything in one go. Start with simple solutions that use just a proportion of the features available, and wait for users to ask for more, because they will. When we ship Legito with more and more features, we are not advocating that you should use all of them. We just want to make sure you've got the tools that you do want there for when you do want them. There's still much value in simple document automation that does nothing more than create the first version of a document. But when you've got that success under your belt, you will want more. And we just want to make sure you don't outgrow the solution when your ambitions get wider. Inspiration, interaction, action. And none of this is any good without the action. And of course we'd like some action. We'd all like to increase the adoption of Legito. But I'm going to share a problem that organizations in this industry have had for many years. Our biggest competition does not come from competitors. Our biggest competition comes from apathy, from organizations that won't deploy any solution at all. And this is the challenge I find most interesting, because this is where there's change on the horizon. The automation of document-centric processes is becoming a must-do rather than a nice-to-have. And there's a number of forces pushing in that direction. Let's start with the Great Resignation. Right now in the UK, there are more job vacancies than there are unemployed people in the country. If every single unemployed person takes a job, we will still not have enough workers to fulfill our labour needs. We've got a shortage of labour, but in particular, we have a shortage of skilled labour. And the cost of that labour is going up with inflation, the likes of which we've not seen since the 70s. The second pressure comes from the expectations of the generation that is entering our workplaces, the generation that now has the dominant exposure to transactional procedures and business processes. I'm talking about the graduates who enter the workplace and they've got experience of the tools that are available, because vendors make sure of that. My son graduates in a few weeks and he starts work with Accenture in September. When he starts working with data and documents, as he surely will, he's going to approach that work as a digital native. You've all heard the phrase. But when I say digital native, I don't just mean kids who are good at typing or good with computers. It's more deep than that. This generation expect to augment their work with technology, to do their work more easily and to get results more quickly. And I've seen this among the trainee lawyers at the law firm where I consult. They are not willing to do their training using the same laborious ways that we did our training. They won't read pages of long policy documents pertaining to their task. The impatience of youth is now fueled by a diet of technology with great user interfaces, and actually, if anything, they arrive with an overinflated expectation of what can be delivered by artificial intelligence. The third pressure comes from customized services. In every field of commerce and manufacturing, customers want personalized, commoditized services, but without paying high-end prices. When I invest in a pension, I can configure my pension to the kind of investments I want. I can pick ethical investments. I can pick Asia investments. When I buy insurance, I can select policies that cover my gadgets, my car, my pets, my house, any combination that I need. If I borrow money to buy a house with a mortgage, I can get a fixed interest loan, a variable loan. I can choose the duration. I can secure it on my house, maybe another house I own. I can mix all those options together. When my company wants servers, we can configure the capacity, the bandwidth, the speeds, the processors, the network, and we can change that overnight and spin it up more or less on demand. Now, if you're selling any of those things, your order forms, your quotes, your delivery specs, and your contracts need to cater for all those permutations. Moreover, if you're in an industry that's regulated, your documents and procedures had better be compliant. Because despite that complexity, you've still got to get it right. Get a mortgage document wrong, you won't collect the debt. Get pension administration wrong, you'll get fined by the pension administrator. Get a server configuration wrong, and you may have a security backlash from which you find it hard to recover. You're in the business of packaging information into documents that's getting harder and more critical at the same time as we have fewer people available to do it and fewer people willing to do it. And these pressures call for action. And you could decide today what action you will take. The business of creating and handling documents is important. What you do matters. Inspiration, interaction, action. I hope you'll take all three of these things away from the conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Apparently, I am the host and the janitor today, so I'll be up here quite a bit. So the next up, we have my partner in crime, the other American in the crowd, Mark Settle. Mark has been in the industry for 20-plus years. He worked in document automation and really built a very strong business in the U.S. He's served in all capacities, from software engineer to CTO, and Mark and I together worked with the likes of organizations like J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, State Farm, and then all the way down to smaller organizations. So really significant experience, and Mark is going to talk to you a bit today about adoption, or successful evaluation and selection of technology. Welcome to the stage, Mark Settle.
All right, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today and talk a little bit about just some of my experience in product evaluation through implementation all the way to adoption. So I'm going to talk really generically, I think, about software product selection and implementation, but I'm going to throw a little bit of document assembly in there as well. But before we start out, this is my daughter. So this is my oldest daughter. This is from a few years ago. She was 20 at the time, and she wanted to purchase a car. She had been driving a car that was passed down through family that was as old as she was. She wanted something a little newer, so she found a used car that she wanted. And she did her due diligence, as she understood it, and she made her product purchase. So day one, you can see big smile on her face. She's super excited. She's an outdoors person. She likes to go hiking, camping, mountain biking, and rock climbing. So it was a good vehicle for her for what she was looking for, size-wise and utility. But this is her 2 months later, roughly, with this vehicle. So she's not in this picture, but the car is, and you can see there on the back of a truck. Full engine replacement on that vehicle 2 months after purchasing it. And so ended up being a little bit more expensive than she wanted. Turned out just not being quite the vehicle that she wanted for her, and she ended up getting rid of it a year later and making a smarter purchase. But I use this as an example because for her, this was a learning experience, right? In evaluating a product. There were some things that she did in those steps that she missed that were crucial to success for her. And so that's what I hope to talk about today is you're thinking about your software evaluation and implementation and adoption. What are some of the tips and tricks that will keep you from making a similar mistake? So in product evaluation, I want to talk about these things. I'm going to talk about defining your evaluation team, building your requirements, defining your success criteria, narrowing to a selection quickly, making sure you know your vendor, and I'll talk a little bit about proof of concepts. So let's dive right in. So first of all, I love this quote from Ken Blanchard: "None of us are as smart as all of us." This is something I choose to live my life by in all aspects, business and personal. You're as smart as the people around you sometimes, and so the team that you can build together is what's going to define your success. And so you want smart people who can add value to what you're working on. So the same is true for a product evaluation. The team that you put together is going to determine how successful you are in choosing a product that's right for you. And so just a few people or resources to think about as you have a product evaluation team that are important parts of that. First, you're going to have a project lead. That's the person who really kind of owns the process. So on an implementation side, you'd have a project manager. You may or may not call that a project manager in an evaluation team, but you need someone who kind of drives and owns timeline and process through that product evaluation. The second is you need a sponsor, right? It does no good to go and evaluate products if you have no money behind it, right? If you don't have someone who's going to actually approve it. So if you think in law, that's probably a partner who wants to move that forward. If you think in a corporate business, that might be a different type of resource. But someone who says, hey, we've got budget, we've got desire to move forward with this type of product. You need subject matter experts. So you need that person who is actually going to be able to talk about the use of the system. So you might have technical resources that understand how you're going to implement it and what you might need from a technical perspective, but only the subject matter experts can really provide your expertise that's going to help you know what you need as far as requirements. And then you're going to have somebody from finance and procurement involved as well. So once you've built your team, the next step is really make sure you've got good requirements. And so this is why the SME is a must-have, because you can't really define requirements very well without your subject matter experts. So you have to have input from them. I'd say a second key thing in building your requirement list is to make sure that you can distinguish clearly between your must-haves and what's desired. And that's crucial because there's a lot of products out there that do a lot of different things. And so as you're evaluating products, you may have some things you want to do that a product doesn't do, or there may be a ton of things that the product does that you don't really need. And so you can fall in two pitfalls. One, you can buy something that doesn't do enough for you, or two, you can overcomplicate it and buy something that does too much. You can certainly overbuy with a product. So if your requirements really is a smaller subset of what a product does, maybe you look at something that refines into those specific requirements for you. I'd say as you're thinking about preparing for a product evaluation as well, you want to have some specific use cases. So in an earlier session, Charles talked about this in one of our workshops. If you're gonna purchase document assembly, if you're looking at document assembly or automation, have some documents ready that you can hand to the vendor and evaluate in that product. You want to make sure your desired result is as future-proof as possible. Now, we can't see into the future, but we can certainly have ideas into what the future state of our business is, right? So if I know I'm moving almost all of my applications to the cloud within my business, then I don't want to purchase an on-premise solution, right? If I know that I'm purchasing down the road this system, I want to make sure that maybe the integrations are possible with that system when I'm making a purchase. So buy not just for now, but buy for the future. The last thing you want to do is spend a lot of time and money evaluating a product, purchasing it, and putting it in place, and then you're changing products 2 or 3 years later. And then just one note on RFXs, so a request for proposal or request for information. I think they can be very effective. I've worked in, kind of on the vendor side and in product selection as a customer through various products with businesses of all kinds of sizes. And I have seen them be extremely effective, and I'll say, pretty frankly, I've seen them be pretty terrible. Like I've worked with terrible RFPs before, and the reason they're terrible is there's just not good due diligence on the real requirements, and there's a lot of duplication of effort into that RFX. So if you're going to use them, they can be effective, but they're not a must. They really aren't. A requirements list is a must, and sometimes that boils down into a request for proposal, but an RFX is not a must. Now, in bigger businesses, sometimes it's required, and if it is required, then you do it, but keep things simple where you can. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about success criteria. This is a little bit different than your requirements, right? So I think it's a superset. of product requirements. Product requirements are kind of the must-haves in the product itself, but your success criteria is, okay, if I'm going down this path and I'm making this purchase, what is it that I have to be successful? And it involves more than the requirements, right? It involves licensing costs, right? So you're thinking about budget in this case. You're thinking about timeline. You're thinking about return on investment. So if I'm going to invest my money in this, what's my return on investment? How can I measure that success? If I'm replacing an existing system, what's my replacement cost for that existing system? So if I got to get something in now and I'm still under contract with something else, do I have a cancellation fee? You know, am I boiling all those costs into understanding what my success criteria is as I make this purchase? And then sometimes I kind of put this there at the bottom because in today's world with cloud environments, it's so much easier to run systems at the same time. In the old world where you might have to pay a perpetual license fee for something and ongoing maintenance, you don't want to maybe install two different solutions and roll it out. But in a cloud environment, sometimes it's very easy to run another solution side by side with an existing solution. So sometimes you're considering what are my dual system costs if I'm running both of these systems to do a similar thing. All right, narrow quickly. So this is something I think is crucial. I've seen a lot of businesses kind of stumble on this. I put a playoff bracket up here. I'm a big sports fan. In the United States, we have a college basketball tournament that happens every year in March, and there's kind of this national tradition. A lot of people print out these sports brackets of a 64-team tournament. And you can see in a bracket like that, as you look at the bracket, teams, it narrows quickly to your semifinals and your finals as they play games. And the reason it narrows quickly is as you look at kind of those outer tier games, you have a better seeded team against a worse team. So the way the seeding would work is a really good team will play a bad team. So it's pretty easy to suggest that the better team is going to move forward. I think you can really apply the same benefit as you're looking at products initially. And so your early narrowing doesn't necessarily involve the whole team. It might involve just one or two resources, and they're doing some really research into those products. Maybe talking to salespeople, maybe not. In some of this early evaluation, it might be really about kind of seeing what lines up with our requirements list as best we understand to get to that, narrowed list of a number of vendors. Sometimes you might take 5 or 6 vendors into a later stage, but I think ideally, if you can get down to 2 or 3 when you're making your product selection, that's ideal. And that's when you involve your whole team. Just some, these are kind of common areas of where you're going to help find your top solutions: internet searches, Capterra, G2, colleague experience. I think is invaluable. John talked about, we worked together before. Charles talked about that. When you're hiring, going and finding somebody as a known entity, that is invaluable when you're hiring talent. Well, it's the same with products, right? If you've got product experience from somebody else within the business that can speak to it, that reference is always more powerful than what the salesperson's going to tell you. Publications, references from other businesses. I think references from other businesses, this is where legal is different than almost any other type of business vertical. Law firms talk to each other. Corporations don't always talk to each other, but that's something I've found. Law firms love to go talk to another law firm and get a reference about an application. All right, there we go. So narrow your vendor. Knowing your vendor, so you get down to those, know your vendor, not narrow. Once you narrow down to your 2 or 3 vendors, you want to make sure you know them well. And what I mean by that, there's a lot of different pieces to that. So number one, you're going to talk to a salesperson, right? That always happens. Make sure that's not the only person you talk to at the vendor. I would hope this is pretty common knowledge, but don't make a purchase having talked to just a salesperson from a software world. The software salesperson knows that, right? They're typically going to involve somebody else in that conversation as well. There's usually a technical resource that's maybe technical pre-sales, maybe somebody from the implementation side. You can certainly talk to somebody in support as you're going through that process. And what that does is that allows you to start to evaluate how they run as a business, the talent at that business. I think, I put this up here, people make the product and their experience makes it easier, right? So you can have a great product that you choose not to buy just because you're unhappy with the people at the business. So knowing the vendor is critical to making a good solution or selection. Understanding their development process and release cycle. another important thing, because you're going to have specific business requirements that you probably list in your requirements list or in your success criteria about what you can handle as an IT infrastructure. How often can you handle updates? What does the product development team do at that product? So for example, for us, we're releasing once or twice a month new features, but we also have a long-term release schedule, so you can get on a quarterly release, and so you can make a knowledgeable selection of what you want to do with that product. And then know your return on investment. Now, most good vendors will talk to you about this. They can help you understand that. Sometimes they can't. Quantifying that can be difficult within your business. But if you're implementing something that's going to bring some return to your business, you want to understand what that is. And so with document assembly, sometimes that's pretty easy to calculate. I'm spending X number of hours on these documents. After I build templates, I expect it to be X, Y, and so what's my savings? All right, so I couldn't talk about product evaluation without talking about POCs. To POC or not to POC? That is the question. Having worked mostly through my career on the implementation side, I would say proof of concepts, sometimes a extremely valuable thing, and sometimes it's a dirty word for vendors. Like when you bring it up, they just go, oh, POC. I'd say today's world, that happens less frequently for a number of reasons. So number one, in today's environment with more and more cloud applications, you can do a trial and have a trial experience so much easier with a solution. So you're not having to get like a 30-day evaluation, download and install it on a system or anything. You just get an account and you log in and you try things out. So it's become a lot easier, and businesses are trying to make it easier. For example, we're happy to give free trials away to users in Legito because we want them to get into the system. But sometimes we want to help and control when they get in the system their experience so that they can get the best experience possible. Because if you're like me, I like to learn by getting in and clicking around. But if I just get in and click around without any context, it's not very valuable, or as valuable, I should say. So having a proof of concept, I would say, can be very valuable, but it's only as valuable as your success criteria that you put around that proof of concept. You've got to manage it like a real project. It's got to have a timeline. It's got to have requirements. You got to plan it like any other project. You've got to have a deadline and hold people accountable to a deadline. Otherwise, you go through all of this time, and if you don't have well-defined success criteria, you get to the end of this proof of concept and you kind of go, okay, and you make a decision you probably would have made the same decision before you even started. So I think they're only as valuable as your success criteria that you define and manage along with that proof of concept. So I would definitely say, consider carefully, keep it simple, and help with that. Just a couple of notes as I apply this. I kind of mentioned some of these along the way, but if you're thinking about CLM or document assembly in evaluating those, just some points here that we've kind of talked about. But make sure you have some targeted content ready. If they're a good document assembly solution, they want to put your content in the system during your evaluation because they want you to picture your content. It helps you and it helps them understand. So have it ready. It should be part of your requirements. Know your data integration points, whether they're now or in the future. If you want to have data come from the documents into another system or go into the documents from an existing system, know what that is as you go into your evaluation so that you can understand, is that feasible? Even if it's not part of your initial implementation, you want to understand it. Prioritize your features. We kind of talked about that. Leverage the expertise of the vendor themselves, and know your future state. All right, so can I go back? There we go. So implementation, I want to talk about kind of 5 basic things here on implementation. Know your roles and team, follow a process, start with an MVP or pilot, I'll talk about what that is, plan for change, and keep it simple. So let's talk about know your roles and team. So first, from a more generic perspective, implementation team is going to look similar to an evaluation team, right? There's not a lot different here. You're going to have a sponsor for the project, probably follows through right from the evaluation, same sponsor. You're going to have a project manager, so similar to that project lead, might be the same resource. I've seen that happen a lot at businesses. You absolutely have to have subject matter experts involved in the implementation. You need implementation specialists or technical resources. Those might be one and the same sometimes. And then you may have vendor resources involved as well. So that's kind of your generic roles. I want to apply this specifically to document automation If I go forward, there we go. And just make a couple of comments on these. And really, I want to talk more about these top 2 roles. This is a slide we use often in our onboarding, but subject matter expert and template author. So in document assembly, if you've implemented Legito already or have worked with any other document assembly tool, these are the 2 critical roles in implementation: subject matter expert and template author. They may be the same person. What I find is, in practice, most of the time they are not. So if you're working at a law firm, if it's a smaller law firm, sometimes an attorney actually gets in and builds the templates themselves, but not always. So the subject matter expert is typically the attorney or someone with specific knowledge about the content. So they can speak to the different types of documents, what type of logic, what type of questions need to be included in that document, and so they hold the knowledge around the document, and they are likely one of the end users of that document once that template is created. The template author is the person that learns the tool. So if you're using Legito, that's the person that learns how to take the documents, import them into Legito, build in your elements for input, your conditional logic, your repeats, your formatting, all of that. So that is the person that learns the tool. If they are separate people, which again I think they most commonly are, because your subject matter expert is, especially in legal, typically a fee-earning person who is not going to take the time to learn the tool to build the templates. So if they are not the same people, then the communication between these 2 resources is absolutely 100% critical to your success in your implementation. And so understanding how that communication works, both along the project and how the expertise is marked up in the documents for the template author to understand, is critical to your success. And I would say don't run any document assembly project without a project manager. Now that, if you're running a smaller team, that project manager might be the template author. It could be with the same person, but it needs to be somebody who owns the timeline of the project, is running through a project plan and making sure it's successful. And then there's always going to be a project sponsor, again in legal, typically a partner, someone of that sense. All right, so implementation process. I'm going to skip past this slide pretty quickly, but I just wanted to show, this is a pretty standard, like if you go to a professional services team and you talk to them about an implementation they'll have some kind of development process that they'll talk to you about. And it might look something like this. You're going to engage, plan, build, test, deploy. And if they're running Agile, it's kind of the same thing, but you cycle it, right? So they have this linear plan, and it just might run in sprints to go across a planned project timeline. But the reason I put this up here is you need to have a process. So determine what process is best for you, make sure you know what it is, and apply it to your business. So have a process. Use a project plan. If you use a project plan, keep it as simple as you can and be adaptable with it. But don't be so adaptable that you just let the timelines go crazy. But I think, project plans are meant, they will change, right? You can build a project plan. As many projects as I've done, they change. It's just part of running a good project, is adapting to those changes, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Make sure you're using some type of issue tracking. So if you're working in a document assembly project, you're going to have templates that you build, people test them, there's going to be changes, and you have some back and forth. You want some way to track that. That could be a spreadsheet. I've seen it be spreadsheets, but don't get into 1,000 emails, which makes it very challenging to have accountability. Communication is imperative to project success, and like I mentioned, I say that's primarily between that subject matter expert, the template author, and the timeline holder, that project manager. Hold standing meetings. So if you're going through an implementation process, make sure you have some cadence of meetings to talk about things. So if you're managing an issue tracking list, you're managing a timeline to deliver templates, if you don't meet regularly to talk about it, you're just not going to be as successful. So you have a standing meeting, it's in people's calendar, and that could be like if you have vendor involvement, the vendor's involved in those standing meetings too. That's an important thing to think about when you're budgeting an implementation too. If you're going to use a vendor to help you through implementation, that needs to be part of it, and hold them accountable to regular standing meetings. And then as much as possible, limit your timeline adjustments. They're going to happen, but you want to limit and control them as much as you can. All right, so I wanted to mention just document assembly, one more thing around that. So as you think about this process, this is something, again, I use in onboarding just to get people to think about this, because I think it's a common misconception on somebody new to document assembly as they think about this process, they might understand, okay, I'm going to mark up my documents, I'm going to create a template, we're going to test it, and it's going to go live. Right? That's kind of what happens if you go left to right here. And they think, I'm done, right? And what they don't plan for is the fact that this will cycle over and over again, that templates are living. And there's a couple of things that will happen, right? Number one, when you first build the templates, and as you continue to adjust the templates, they're built by people, right? Template authors are individuals. They will make mistakes, whether it's your vendor or it's yourselves and you're trained. You're going to make some mistakes that have to be addressed. So you're cycling back on addressing those mistakes. The subject matter expert will make some mistakes, either in the markup or that without even making mistakes, they'll think of adjustments that need to be made now that they understand what the solution can do for them. So as you get into those early templates, your subject matter experts don't necessarily understand everything that can be done for them, so they'll make adjustments. So cycles. And then templates change, right? So laws change, documents change. So planning for that cycle is crucial to your success with document automation. All right, so initial implementation. I think Charles mentioned this earlier today, this term MVP. Another term more common outside of software development would be a pilot, right? But start small. I heard a great success story in one of the workshops earlier about this and what this did for them. So as you start small, so in document assembly, if we're thinking about there, you might take a small set of documents that you know the value of and who's going to use it, and start there. You build the templates, you release it, and let those users start using it. So what happens from this is a couple of great things. Number one, you have success criteria, you run a small cycle, and so you build, and then you can measure your success from that small cycle, learn from it, and then run the cycle again. So you learn as an implementation team what you've done well, what you didn't do well, and how to make it better. But besides that, what you end up with as well, and I'll talk about this in product adoption, but you end up with some early product champions that you can then use and leverage to help with your product adoption. All right, so implementation, plan for change. So great quote by Heraclitus, there's nothing permanent except change. So change is inevitable, plan for it. Issues will be encountered, expect it. If you can understand those two concepts, that's going to help you with success in your implementation. If you don't, that's when fingers get pointed and things just don't go well. So understanding that there's absolutely 100% going to be change, planning for it in your budget and your timeline, and understanding that you're going to have these cycles is crucial to success. If you don't plan for it, it's going to be hard to show that you've had a successful implementation. So plan for change. And then last here, I would say keep it simple. So Richard Branson, another great quote, complexity is your enemy. Any fool can make things complicated. It's hard to keep things simple. So it's kind of dumb that keeping things simple is hard, but it can be hard. In computer science, so my education is software development in the United States, and there's kind of a mantra amongst universities there that they use this KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid. They have kind of this mantra because developers think they're really smart and they want to make something, well, they're smart, but they tend to overcomplicate things and try to build a masterpiece when sometimes the requirements only required something small. So complexity will exist, just don't add to it, right? Think carefully about your processes and what you're implementing and how you're starting, and limit the complexity where you can. And don't be afraid to be creative in doing that. I think sometimes we think complexity makes us feel like we've accomplished something better, and it doesn't. It usually ends up making our timeline longer and usually doing a little bit more than we should have in the first place. So keep it simple. So finally, we've kind of talked about, to wrap up, I don't have a lot of slides on adoption, but I want to mention a few things. I think if you're doing all of these things in implementation, you're going to get pretty good product adoption, and that's my experience. If you're running through cycles of deployment, getting those early wins, then you're going to get pretty good product adoption. So find that quick win early. When you find that quick win early, then you can publicize it. So if you find the quick win, you're going to identify champions, and then you use them to publicize that quick win. Document well, but train even better. So I think people refer back to documentation. Hopefully your vendor, part of your evaluation should be their documentation, how they can help you with that. But you're going to have some probably internal documentation around a product implementation as well. But the training is more crucial, I think, than the documentation, honestly. Because if you get knowledge within the business from your training, then that provides documentation in the future. So even if you don't have good documentation, but you had good training, you can create the good documentation later. Measure your success. So we talked about return on investment. If you got an implementation, you had success criteria, measure that success and publicize it. That's going to help you with your knowledge of where you are with that product and how successful it has been. And don't be afraid to get help from the vendor on that. You know, as you're going through your implementation, you may or may not use services from a vendor, but even if you don't, they're still willing to talk to you about this. They want your user adoption. They want to make sure you're using their software. An account manager or some type of customer success manager is likely to get on a phone with you and help you evangelize within your business to get the adoption that you need within the business. So these are just a few tips and tricks that I've learned in the years that I've gone through many product evaluations and implementations within the businesses that I've worked with. I hope you found this very valuable. Excited to speak with you as the conference continues. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mark. I think Mark and I working together, a lot of what he shares during a cycle when we meet a new client. And one of the key things that he brings to the table is understanding the client's business. So I think when you're meeting with a new vendor, find out, do they understand what you do? And to his point on the process, you know, if they can help you improve your process, understand and refine your success criteria, that really goes a long way to, I think, really helping in the sales cycle. And so that's why Mark is so successful. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. All right. So we're going to mix things up a little bit and have a bit of a fireside chat in June. It's going to be led by our CRO, Gary Usen, and he's going to bring to the stage Sarah Sheenan. She's a commercial IT lawyer with 35 years of experience in the industry. We were talking last night, and our histories go way, way back to a company called CCH. And we were trading war stories, and we said, you know, we've both been in legal tech since before there was legal tech. So she's an ardent promoter of legal tech and design, and Gary's going to have a conversation with her. So please welcome to the stage Gary Usen and Sarah Sheenan.
Sarah.
Gary.
Welcome to Legito PowerUp.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks for making all the effort to come all the way from England to Prague. Obviously, I've known you for, well, over 20 years. And I'll come on to that in a bit, how I know you. But as John said, a little bit more background to yourself. We'll spend the next 5 minutes talking about your background. And you've been a corporate and IT lawyer for over 35 years. First part of your career, you were working with some of the biggest bands and artists in the music industry. I mean, to put in the context, one of the first bands that Sarah worked with, it was the Sex Pistols. I bet they kept you busy, and on your toes as well. After you worked for many years in the music industry, you then moved to in-house counsel for a lot of like big UK companies. And as John says there, you also then worked for 10 years at one of the biggest legal publishers in the world, where you worked as a technical editor and worked in product development. I think that's really where you got your passion for legal design.
Yep.
And then we fast forward to about 2001, and that's when we met each other. That's when you joined the document automation company.
Yep.
And me as a young sales guy, I managed to sell into the Child Support Agency. It was a big UK government department. And at the time, if you picked up a national newspaper, probably once every 6 to 8 weeks, there would be front page headlines saying, IT disaster at Child Support Agency, like hundreds of millions wasted on another IT project, taxpayers' money down the drain. And of course, I just sold into the Child Support Agency, so I was a bit nervous about that. Now, it was a slither of the Child Support Agency in the sense it was the appeal section, but we knew we needed somebody with experience to help deliver that project, and Sarah came and joined. And Sarah really acted as the glue between the Child Support Agency and our developers, and basically managed to deliver this 18-month project. And it was delivered on time.
on budget, and the outcomes was, instead of these appeals taking 3 days, they end up taking 3 hours. And the 300 people who actually used that system were really passionate, probably one of the most passionate people, because these 300 people at the Child Support Agency, they were at the coalface of having to deal with the public who were calling up, and they're very emotive already. This is dealing with child payments, maintenance payments, so the broken relationships, children, money. And I think that's when you really got that passion for document automation.
Yep.
So, and it's funny because that was a good news story. And that didn't make, from the Child Support Agency, and that didn't make the papers, did it?
No.
But after you finished that, you then joined Keystone Law. And I think you're actually the first lawyer there.
I was,
and,
yes, I was.
And now there's hundreds of them all around the place,
Yep.
all over the world. And you worked there for 18 years, working with in-house counsel, small and large. And also during that period, you were 15 years working on the board of a non-profit in-house counsel association
Yep.
to do with trainings. And you used to do like 50 events a year.
Yes.
And sometimes I was fortunate you'd come to Edinburgh.
Indeed.
And we'd get to catch up and have a cup of tea or something a bit stronger.
Indeed.
And yeah, I'd say that's you then, when you're at Keystone Law, it got to 2001, and you kind of decided that legal work wasn't really for you anymore. You wanted to get back into that passion of the kind of digital transformation and automation. And then so you've been working for a lot of kind of, again, well-known companies like Superdry and in-house counsel and trying to help them with this process. Now, if I go back to 2001 and talk about myself for a little bit here. So I carried on working for that same company for another 15, 16 years until we sold it. And then I left, I had a bit of a sabbatical, bit of all that. And then I joined a sports broadcasting company. And then maybe just shy of 2 years ago, I started seeing this news about Legito, and I dropped Andre a note, and I ended up joining Legito. And so the announcement went out that I joined Legito, and you phoned me up and, send on the best wishes. And what you said to me was really interesting, because you said, we've been working at this for over 20 years, and sometimes it sort of feels like we're pushing water up that hill, But over the past 3 to 4 years, it's really changed. You've seen change. And, the reasoning and justification for this technology has always been there for all that time, but the backdrop has changed. And I was just wondering if you would like to share with the team here some of your thoughts on some of these changes.
Yeah, I think when Gary first asked me to do this, I thought, well, there's all these great people speaking, what can I contribute? But I think where I come from is sort of seeing, if you like, a 360-degree perspective on this. I've worked in private practice. I've worked with in-house departments and legal teams, small and large, though mostly small. I think most people who aren't in the profession perhaps are surprised at the size of some legal teams. Even with huge organisations, the legal teams are very small. We're costly people, so they don't have many of us, generally. But I've also come at this as a supplier, so both working for the document automation company and in an earlier phase with a legal publishing company. So we were also trying to sell into lawyers and law firms. So I sort of come at these things from lots of different directions. I've also, in the course of a number of transformation projects, including some with Charles, who I've also worked with in a previous life. Then I've sort of seen the thing from that perspective as well, and seen the sorts of things that people who are looking for this type of thing are looking at. And then I started to look back over the last, 25 years, I suppose, that I've been involved in document automation, which I actually came across by accident when I was clearing out a cupboard from a colleague who'd gone back to the States to join John, I think, and I found something called Blue Sky, some information about a project from the Brigham Young University, and I thought this was fascinating. And so I found out more about it and eventually ended up doing product development there. And I started looking at how we might incorporate that in the publishing context. And of course, looking back over those years, that's one of the contexts that's changed, the backdrop against which all these things are happening. As Gary said, the reasons for this sort of technology haven't changed. It's all those good risk and compliance reasons, it's the efficiency gains, it's the taking away the boring stuff to leave the big brains with the things that they actually need to think about. Those are all still there, but what has changed, I think, sort of fall into three categories, really. The first is the lawyers themselves. I think in that 15 years or so that I was involved with the In-House Lawyers Association, the numbers went up exponentially in terms of people that were working in-house. I think initially, when I first worked as an in-house lawyer, you were sort of almost seen as a second-class citizen. You went there because you couldn't hack it in a partnership, so you went in-house instead. That's all changed, and now a lot of that power, the purchasing power particularly, is in the hands of those very in-house lawyers who had such a bad press all those years ago. The numbers have gone up hugely, so there's more of them. They're much more involved in the businesses. And of course, as Charles mentioned earlier, they're now very much a different generation of lawyers. They are lawyers like Charles's son and mine, who's the same age as Charles's son, and is not frightened by any of this stuff. Doesn't worry about breaking things, just goes ahead and does it until he gets it right. So he's the generation that are now coming along. The in-between generation, they've also now reached the point in their careers where actually they're having some influence over what happens. They're involved in some of these decisions, and in a lot of cases, increasingly, they're now forcing those decisions or leading those decisions or taking their companies forward to look at these sorts of technologies and other technologies that will improve their own position and that of the businesses that they work in. And of course, I think clearly the pandemic is another of those things that's had a huge impact. I actually tried to retire in 2021. I did retire from the lawyering. I retired from 18 years as a partner at Keystone. But actually, it was all too exciting. I've been shouting about this stuff for 20, 25 years. And actually, trying to move things forward myself whenever I went to do some work somewhere, then I would try and introduce some of these things, talk about them, get people talking about them, hopefully get them excited about it, because that's key, you know. But in 20 years, as you said, there was actually not all that much movement, and it was a bit dispiriting. But actually, the past 3 to 5 years or so, boy, oh boy, that has changed, and I think the pandemic is part of that. I think Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella had said that he'd seen 2 years of innovation in 2 months. And I think that's absolutely true. And certainly when I was looking at moving out of doing the legal work, I was getting more and more involved in webinars and various things that people were doing because they had no option. They couldn't see people face to face, so there were webinars going on and so on and so forth. And I think, ironically, the very isolation of people increased the amount of collaboration that was going on. There are lots and lots of interesting things springing up. In the UK, there's an organisation called Crafty Council, which is a sort of networking collaboration group for in-house counsel. And I worked for a while with a group called Sole Legal Counsel, Sole In-House Counsel. And there are quite a few of those, and it's quite an isolated position to be in. Who do you talk to about these sorts of things, about how to do things better, what you're doing wrong, what you could be getting right? And actually, those things have mushroomed during the pandemic. So actually increase that level of collaboration. There are Slack groups going on. There are, as I say, things like Crafty Counsel. And I don't know when anybody here has come across it. There's been an initiative in the UK called One NDA, which was an attempt by a legal services firm to bring about a universal NDA, if you like, non-disclosure agreement, which clients hate paying for, lawyers don't much like doing, so let's find a way around it. Somehow they managed to herd those legal cats to produce a document that everybody was reasonably happy with. Those sorts of collaborations, unheard of, even 5 years ago, it didn't happen. So I think there's this whole move from the lawyers themselves away from working on their own in their ivory tower to genuinely wanting to work, A, with other lawyers, but also with the businesses that they work within. So I think that's been interesting. I mean, the changes are even more stark if you go back to the actual way in which we work. I think Charles alluded to some bits earlier. When I first started, we were working with golf ball typewriters. And I mentioned this to somebody last night who didn't know what a golf ball typewriter was. So we moved from that to laptops, and now, you know, you've got dictation going on smartphones and other devices. I mean, that's just huge. When I started training, we were working with something that was called travelling drafts, that basically they went via snail mail and everybody wrote on them with different coloured pens to make their changes. And we've gone from that to markups going backwards and forwards by email. Now it's being done in Google Docs and Word documents online, so everybody can work on the same document together. So that's extraordinary. Again, you've got the sort of things moving from correspondence by fax to email. Now it's Slack and Teams and Zoom and all those things. Again, massive, massive sea change. I think there's more and more clamour from the businesses that the lawyers shouldn't be working in their ivory towers, that they actually need to be part of the businesses in which they work. And as I've said, the lawyers themselves are moving away from that. They've moved away from their sort of carefully guarded fiefdom. You know, this is legal, we deal with that. Leave it to us guys. To actually, we'd quite like you guys to be able to self-serve some of the documentation and take all that stuff that doesn't really need us to be done and do it yourselves. And what solutions like Legito offer is the possibility to provide those, but with the insurances for the lawyers, that all those safeguards are built in, that all the risks have been taken care of, and that it's safe to let the business get on with them. And obviously, the systems are sophisticated enough that if you try to do something you shouldn't be doing, or to do something outside the parameters, it stops you. So the lawyers are reassured by that sort of technology being in place. So I think all those things sort of have contributed to the whole notion that the legal team has places to go and can make life better for themselves and the businesses that they work in. And I think actually all that, as well as being kick-started, if you like, by the pandemic, I think is going to be pushed forward more quickly by the recession that seems to be coming up on us and looming large. We all have heard the trite, do more with less. Well, we're going to have to be doing even more with even less as things come along. And I think in order to do that, how do we do that without these solutions? I don't quite see how that can happen. I think the other big thing that is different is the whole data issue. I think businesses themselves and legal teams in particular are realizing that the data that they have, and some of them are only just realizing they've got data, by the way, astonishingly, but they're realizing that the data they have has a value. And I think this is the whole sort of Google, Facebook, selling that data, making use of it. Okay, not everybody's going to want to sell it, but they're realizing that it has an intrinsic value. And so again, solutions that enable you effectively to be carrying on with your business as usual, but at the same time, gathering that data to be able to make use of it in whichever way is appropriate for your department or your business is magic. Magic. So that's the sort of the background stuff and the lawyers changing. And I think the third leg, if you like, of this stool is that the services that are on offer have also changed. I spent 10 years in publishing, and during that time we moved from a huge volume of loose leaf binders with printed on paper that was so thin if you held it up to the light you could read both sides at the same time, to CDs and DVDs. Now all those services are mostly just online with occasionally magazines or paper that goes with it, but they're online. And that opens up a whole new lot of possibilities. For the publishers, they can now include precedent documents. If they've got any sense, they include automated precedent documents. But those things just would not have been possible 15, 20 years ago. You've moved from, well, I suppose on-premise solutions, but even before that, installed solutions, where things came on 20 floppy disks. You've moved to on-premise, you've moved to hosted solutions, and now almost entirely cloud-based, which takes away whole levels of pain in terms of dealing with your IT departments, getting budget for these things, getting support, all those things gone. No longer a problem. You no longer have those complicated installation routines. You just use your preferred browser, you go online, and you give it a go. You just try it. Things have moved from a massive upfront commitment, not only in cost, but in resource, in time, in project planning, some of the things we've been hearing Mark talk about. They're now much more affordable options. There are things that you can do if you're a one-man law firm or a one-woman legal department. They're all possible. You're no longer tied in for the long term. You know, you can take something on an annual basis, and if it doesn't work out, you move to something else on an annual basis. Not quite that simple, but at least it is doable. You no longer necessarily have to have that, at least at the outset, complicated decision-making process. As a lawyer, I could go online and think, well, here's this solution, that solution. I can sign up for a 30-day trial. I can have a go at automating some of the documents I use every day. How easy is it? How not easy is it? Does it work? Does it not work? I can perhaps then have a little competition with my colleague. You do it the old way, I'll do it the new way, see how it goes. And perhaps as a young lawyer coming into a team or a firm, how to make yourself stand out from the crowd. You know, if you're the least bit technically inclined, you can genuinely give it a go. The no-code options mean that you don't have to have that technical expertise. And actually, your expertise in the document and how it should work and what you can make it do is more important than having any sort of coding knowledge at all, really. Because you can just drag and drop. Pick the suggested solution for what you might want to see, as we've seen in some of the workshops. So all those things are, again, all moving in the right direction. All those stars that I've been tracking for so long are all starting to align. And that's why I'm still here, because it's too exciting. I can't leave now. I want to know what the next chapter is. You know, what happens from here? And I'm sure, Gary, that you've seen those changes as well within your role as a seller of these products.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, a big change is, like you say, with the SaaS is, you know, we need to keep up to date with these changes because of what the market's demanding. So we've got to have a very rapid development path. But like you say, instead of, you know, now the solution set's so wide, you know, it's not just document automation, there's, you know, workflow, there's reports, dashboards, negotiation, maybe even e-signature, you know. But basically, there's lots more options. Because before, maybe when somebody had a business problem, they needed to put together lots of different solutions. And as a big company, they always want what we always used to say, one throat to choke.
Yeah.
They don't want to be like, well, who's responsible for this integration here and things like that. So, and also even how it's sold, like you mentioned, people now can go to most websites, they can just trial it and give it a go. Whereas before, it used to be a big capital expense up front, have to involve IT, have to commit, and it had to work. Because if it didn't, then they lost their jobs potentially. You know, it's because now with this kind of status, you can see, you know, how's it going after like 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, however long, 3 years for a sales guy, ideally 10 years. But so yeah, just looking at, so you've kind of looked at how, you know, solutions have changed, and it's just kind of how things have swung, really. That's really...
I think that's right, and I think that's the point. I think that you know, you've, instead of desperately trying to shoehorn one solution to work with the other because your business, you know, might have used a particular CRM system, and how do you tie that up with what the lawyers are doing? You don't want to repeat things. APIs, what were they 10 years ago? Even if they existed, you couldn't get them. It cost you a lot of money. That was extra. Now, they're there. You can use them. You can do what you need to do with them. You can get on with all that. You don't need that whole bank of development experts necessarily. You know, you talked about the Child Support Agency. A lot of what I did was sitting between the guys and the documents and the processes that they needed, and explaining those to the developers as to how they needed to go about their automations. So I was the link between, because the developers would usually know little, if anything, about the documentation. But as a lawyer and document worker, if you like, that was where I came in, because the guys that knew about the documents weren't aware of what potentially the software could do for them. You no longer need me as the middleman, because actually you can do both. And it's been talked about elsewhere about who are the best people to get involved in these projects. Do you use the Centre of Excellence to do that, or do you leave it to the subject matter experts? You didn't used to have the option. Now the option is there. And all the options seem to me to be swinging back towards the customer and away from the supplier. We've talked about how the Legito has developed in response, I think John mentioned it in his introduction, in response to the changes that the users are asking for. And I've been involved with Legito for about the last 18 months or so now, and the change in the product in that space of time has been enormous. And I've had conversations with people at Legito, and a few months down the line, here comes another new set of developments. Oh yeah, another box ticked off. That didn't happen. Boy, oh boy, that didn't happen. If you were lucky, you'd get a glimpse into the roadmap. But as to getting anything yourself as a customer on that roadmap, oh no. No. Don't do that. So I think what we've got is a sort of perfect storm of change, really. And if ever there was a time, now is it, to actually go away and do this, because all those stars are now aligned, and everything is in favour of the people who are looking to use this stuff, as opposed to those who are trying to do it. And as a seller, having been on the sales side, it used to be really, really difficult to get anything into in-house teams in particular. Because because they didn't necessarily speak to other departments, they worked very much on their own. As a supplier, you would very often manage to get through to the IT department. And you say, well, I've got this great product and your lawyers would love it. They don't need anything. They never ask me for anything, they're fine. They just do lawyers' stuff. And you could never get at the lawyers. Now, because of webinars on these things, because you can go and try things, the demand is coming from lawyers themselves who are saying, look, you know, this is what we need. Does your product do that? No? Okay, we'll find another one. There didn't used to be that choice. I think 250 document assembly systems, document automation systems out there. Big problem now is how do you start making that choice? Not okay, well, I can't have that one, that's all there is. So that's a big, big change. And I think the fascinating thing for me has been to see how many of these and other types of solutions now are coming out of new startups that have been set up by in-house lawyers. And Legito is a case in point. Andre is an ex-in-house lawyer. And there are several companies like that. And you have to think to yourself, well, why have these guys felt they have to do that? And it's because the solutions that were there were a bit stuck in a time warp, really, and hadn't moved much, because they had their sacred cow income from all those guys who'd bought in many years ago for big money, spent lots of money on developments, and were sort of stuck with the project. Not the case anymore. The market is yours as opposed to yours. And from where I sit, that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, excellent. Excellent. Well, I think we're getting very close to kind of wrapping up here. I mean, we'll probably continue this conversation.
No doubt, no doubt.
Backstage or something like that, but or probably on the phone. I mean, it's just a bit different now as we're doing it face to face rather than over Zoom.
Yes.
And usually it gets a bit ranty as well. You know, that's usually.
Oh, yeah, we do get a bit cross sometimes. Yeah, that's
but
true.
I was just wondering, any final point you want to make, Sarah, before we
I think
wrap
I sort of looked back and looked now. And I think looking forward, I think some of the conversations that I've been having lately have been fascinating, because actually what they're starting to do is turn the conversation round to become customer-centric. And I think this is something that the legal profession has been quite late in coming to. A lot of businesses have done that. A lot of businesses have turned around and looked at themselves through the other end of the telescope. And my view has always been that, certainly in the sense of legal contracts as opposed to documents more generically, I've always viewed them and worked with them on the basis that they should be something akin to a business relationship user manual, and that they're actually useful. And for so many decades, they've been documents that have been useful for for the lawyers, not necessarily for the people who are having to deal with those relationships on the ground. And I think this is getting there. I've started becoming very interested in the whole legal design movement, looking to make things more usable. The conscious contracting movement, again, making things better for the user. And I think solutions like Legito, combined with that, combined with all those things, will force things backwards and force us to look through the other end of the telescope to say, is what we are doing as lawyers fit for purpose for the lawyers who are there? So that's how I think it will go. I think we will move, as John said, when we first started, there was no legal tech. For a bit, there's been legal tech. I think there will be for a bit more. But I think increasingly there's going to be business tech, because all these solutions will apply across the wider business.
Perfect, perfect. That's a great way to wrap it up. I can see John waving at me frantically
Jolly
onto this. So Sarah, many thanks for sharing your insight.
Thank you for inviting me.
And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Lovely.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need that. I need that.
What do you want?
The clicker. The clicker. Yeah. Thanks. That was great. I bet many of you have never heard of loose leaf binders out there. Kind of goes back to the time when we used carbon paper. But it is amazing to see the evolution and how quickly legal practitioners have gone from being skeptics to understanding the benefit of document automation just for production and to maintain compliance. So next we're going to hear from our first set of legal clients, or Legito clients rather, today. They're from Tilia company, a communication services company that connects over 20,000 customers in the Nordics and Baltics. Christel Eriksson Gotehead, Vice President and Head of Group Legal Sourcing, and Viv Nasland, Senior Group Legal Counsel, are here to discuss their success story in implementing Legito in their legal department. Please welcome to the stage Christel and Viv.
everyone. Oh, it works perfect. Excellent. My name is Kristel Eriksson Götehed, and we are here from Tilia, who is the biggest telecom operator in the Nordics and in the Baltics. So I've been working, as they said, for Tilia for many years. Today I'm heading a team of lawyers that is assisting the sourcing community in 6 countries. So Vive.
Yes, I'm Viva Näslund. I'm one of the lawyers working in Kristel's team. I have been working at Tilia now for 5 years, and before joining Tilia, I worked in a law firm as an attorney at law. And this is an environment that is not really encouraging trial and error. So this legal automation journey was me a bit challenging, but at the same time very rewarding. So I'm really happy to talk here about our story.
Yeah, and I think we have been invited here to talk about what we in Telia call for drafting. That is a contract generator tool that we have developed using the Legito platform. So, excellent. Over to you, Viva.
Yes. Our journey towards contract automation started already in 2018, when our legal team had a brainstorming session where we tried to figure out what would be the best way to support our sourcing community. And in that brainstorming session, we came to a conclusion that we need a contract automation tool. We put together the initial wish list. We were looking for a tool that would enable the sourcing managers, based on a questionnaire, get automated way tailor-made templates that are specifically made their specific case. We were also looking for a tool that would have a clause library that would facilitate creating different templates based on our legal boilerplates. We were looking for a tool that would have a simple enough backend so that our own legal team could set up the automated templates without having too much of a programming knowledge or without having to buy too much consultancy services from a supplier. And last but not least, we were looking for a user-friendly front-end tool so that the sourcing managers could easily see how their answers to the questionnaire are affecting the contract content. It took us some time to take the decision about the platform. We started first with a 6-month pre-work, and we looked into 16 different systems. And as it was recommended in our earlier session, you should go quite fast down to a smaller number of systems. So we shortlisted 3 different tools, and we run 3-month pilot projects with all these 3 shortlisted tools. And we didn't satisfy of only looking at the demos, how the suppliers show us how it's possible to automate our templates, but we really wanted to try ourselves hands-on how we can automate our own templates. And after this piloting, we had several sessions where we discussed the pros and cons of these different systems with our team, and we decided that it's a Legito tool that we want to continue with.
Yes, thank you, Viva. And this is some of the things like that we wanted to solve. We want to kind of repeat it. We are assisting like 140 sourcing managers in 6 countries, so we are kind of totally outnumbered. And that means that our sourcing managers have to do a lot of work by themselves. So they do manual work of trying to combine different templates for different things that we have them provided. And this took a long time for them, and they were always afraid of doing wrong, but we can't do the job for them. So we needed, because out of 140 people, some are really stars and some are beginners. So we needed a way to make sure that we had a flexible system where they could combine the different deliverables. And when they did that, to decrease the amount of manual work. So what happens now is that we have used the Legito platform, and we have created where they can combine all these deliverables. So depending on their answers, different sections in and out, definitions in and out, annexes go in and out, and they have the renumbering done. So what used to take them maybe 3 hours, now takes them like half an hour if they have everything needed when they do the first shot to create the template. So what this also helps us is to reduce the human error aspect, because they feel secure when they get the questions answered, and also that they see the questions and see what happens directly in the document. That is something that we found very user-friendly. And of course, as a consequence, now we can actually tailor-make the contracts and only have the relevant section for the cases, which also lead to shorter negotiations with the supplier.
If we look a bit more detailed in our implementation journey, it took us some time to choose Legito platform, but once we had made up our mind, it actually went quite quick from start to launch. It took us only 6 months. And it's important to understand that it wasn't 6 months our whole legal team working only with contract automation. We continued carrying on our job as normal, and on top of it, we did the Legito implementation. We purchased the licenses in February last year, and after that, it was 4 intensive months of trying to get the first launch ready, what was earlier referred to as minimum viable product. We took our master agreement and the most important delivery contracts to put them into Drafty to start the first launch. And we got ready with this minimum viable product just before the summer. And as we didn't want to have one big bang launch, we started with a smaller group of really experienced sourcing managers and asked them over the summer to test the system and start to implement their first agreements in Drafty. They gave us a lot of valuable feedback. They noticed some of our mistakes that we had done in the conditioning. And after summer, we came back. We took all this valuable inputs and raised the bar and got ready for the big launch in October. And before the big launch in October, we also run ourselves the training courses for the sourcing managers who are using the front-end part of Drafty. And now we are really happy to see that the system is in use. We have more than 140 sourcing managers who are using the Drafty tool, and we have 9 lawyers who are trained in the back end who can set up the agreements in Drafty. And from October to today, we have seen that our sourcing managers have created over 400 agreements already in Drafty. So we're really happy that it's in actual use.
So let's talk a little about the pre-work that we did. We have kind of for years tried to find a structured way of working. So we had a good toolbox, because automatization, you have to have good stuff to put in there. So we already had a workroom up and running where we had kind of fully blown templates, a full legal toolbox where that was used in all the 6 countries. So we had a good starting position there.
But what we also did, that we just didn't take the existing toolbox and mechanically put it into Drafty. We also had a deeper look in order to understand how we can bring our templates to a next level. In the old workroom setup, we had only the Word documents, and we didn't have a good way to guide our sourcing managers how they really do the final setup of the delivery contracts. And that meant that in our general terms and conditions on the master agreement level, we had built in a safety net of a lot of commercial terms that were there in order the sourcing manager missed something in a delivery contract. But now when we implemented Drafty, we got in the questionnaire and a good way to guide our sourcing managers. So we really dared to remove this safety net from a master agreement level and bring the commercial clauses down to the delivery contract level where we actually believe that they belong to. And that resulted in reducing the master agreement content a lot and making the slimmer master agreement that are much easier to negotiate for the sourcing manager. And just to illustrate, please don't read it. Here is the table of content of our earlier master agreement. And as you see, it was a lot of clauses that were regulating the actual deliveries. And now we have moved all those from the master agreement and took them down to the delivery contract level.
So this is what it looked like. So what do we have in draft today? When we launched then in kind of October, November, then we of course had the master agreement, and then we had the content for like the deliverables from 10 delivery contracts, and the thing is here, of course, as you can see, then we had actually achieved what we wanted, because they got the question, what are you buying? And then they could click in whatever the combinations, and within a couple of minutes, everything in or out, definitions fixed, annexes there, so the full package done. So that's exactly what we wanted to achieve. After that, we have added 5 more deliverables. So now actually we have in Drafty deliverables corresponding to all the different delivery contracts that we had in the kind of the workroom before. On top of that, we have like data processing agreement package, and that is when we use the suppliers template and they are actually processing our data. We have a full-blown package ready with questions, annexes, etc., that can be then more or less attached to any supplier templates. We have the data process, like non-disclosure agreements. We have the pilot. In the pipeline, and here, of course, we always work very close with our users. So whenever we do the pipeline, it's together with them. So now we're into actually doing the reseller. I think that's the next one, and that means that Tilia is a reseller to the supplier's product and sell it on to our customers. To make sure to facilitate for that seamless process is the next ones that will be in Drafty, and also the single purchase contracts, and I think it's also the cooperation agreement.
And if we have a sneak peek in the front-end part of the tool, this is how our start of a delivery contract looks when the sourcing managers will start to draft a delivery contract. As a first step, they need to choose what are they going to buy. Are they going to buy one deliverable, or are they going to buy several different deliverables under this agreement? And we are really happy that the Legito tool is so flexible, so it's possible to have the follow-up questions popping in and out depending on the choice of the different deliverables. So for example, if a sourcing manager is saying that she's going to buy goods, the follow-up question will pop up, how are you going to buy these goods? Are you going to buy them directly from a manufacturer, or are you going to buy them from a distributor? And based on these questions and answers, the content of the actual contract will change. And if the sourcing manager would say that, no, I'm not going to buy goods, I'm going to buy services instead, then this question about how you're going to buy, are you going to buy from a manufacturer or from a distributor, this wouldn't pop up because this wouldn't be relevant in this case. So the front end is quite easy and self-explanatory for the sourcing managers, and if they need additional guidance, we can also, you can see these question marks there. If they will click on the question mark, they get additional guidance from our legal team. But this very easy front end, it comes with a bit more tricky back end.
Yeah, that was a little bit more challenging to get into the Legito system. As we told you in the beginning, we actually did 3 kind of live pilots with our own templates. And Legito was the one that took us a little bit longer time to get used to, because it actually had more options, more flexibility. But not a problem at all, but maybe a week more or 2 weeks more to get a hang of it. And that's what we appreciate today, because we wanted that flexibility. We want to be able to do different layers within one big kind of concept. And we also feel now, of course, we have really happy sourcing managers that don't have to cut and paste. And as you can see, this is also kind of a shot then from the back end. And here you can see we have 4 different definitions of actual date of delivery, depending on what deliverables are chosen. And what we really think is important in the back end, especially if you make huge setups like this one, which actually more or less replaced 100 documents with all the annexes, etc., is that you spend time on the conditioning. And that, I think, is the most important job for us lawyers. So whenever we do conditioning in such a huge setup as this, we always do it 2 and 2, because I believe in the two pair of eyes principle, and also we make sure we double check our conditioning before releasing it. But not the problem at all.
No.
We have been able to do it by ourselves.
Yeah, it has been a really fun journey, and we have learned a lot in the way. And here are some of the takeaways we want to give to you from our journey, so you can learn from our mistake without doing them yourself. The first learning is that it's really important to do it as a teamwork exercise, because the whole journey at Tilia started off mainly based on 3 real enthusiasts in the legal tech. And they were doing the pilots, and they learned how to use the system. But then life happened, and before we had managed to purchase the licenses, 2 of these 3 enthusiasts, they were recruited to the Baltic unicorn companies. So we need to start over. And then we decided that we will not base the whole implementation only on a few number of resources. We do it as a real team exercise, so that everyone in our team of 9 lawyers could learn how the back end works and how we set up the agreements. And it had actually 2 reasons. One is that we wanted to include everyone and feel everyone involved. And the second one was also that to carry it on and maintain the system, you can't be dependent on only a few resources. You need more people to know the system and how it works.
Yeah, so that actually ties into the next learning. So now we talked about resources. Actually, one of these stars that actually was there with me in the beginning is in the room, so hi, Camille. So that's the good part with this. You always meet again, and that's so nice. So resources is extremely important, and especially me kind of being the leader of a team, it's extremely important for me to make sure that I include everyone, because I think the legal tech, everyone should know, everyone wants. I mean, you can't stand at the train station and see the train leaving without you. So I made sure that everyone is on board. The second thing is that I think it's really easy to just start doing, like, you know, you take the first template. No, this was easy. Let's take one more. You have to stop and do a roadmap. Because we did a mistake that we got a little bit super excited there in the beginning, and the way that we structured the annexes, actually, we kind of could not directly reuse them for the next template because we had used different words, etc. So anyway, so sit down, do a roadmap, because you will succeed. And then it's so important that you have like the next step and the third step kind of planned before starting.
Another thing that you should think a bit before you start running is how do you want your documents to look like when you finally download them into Word. We were too eager, and we, in our team, everyone started to create their templates. And then when we came to one meeting and very proudly showed what we had done, then we figured out that, oops, they don't really have the same look and feel. And then we were very, very happy to get really good help from the Legito team to fix this issue quite fast. We called them up and said that, hi, now we are in a trouble. We have created this whole template suite, and the documents look very different. And then Eduardo?
Yeah, Eduardo, our
Eduardo.
hero.
No, our
In a
hero.
week he fixed it.
He really fixed our Tilia house style and helped us also to take the old documents that we had created up to this new design. So now we are happy to have our documents looking professional and aligned.
And also last thing, we already touched on it. As we told you, we were kind of ready to launch before the summer, and we wanted to make sure, because you only get the first time to launch something, and we wanted it to be a success. So as the summer was approaching, we took the liberty of like just releasing it to 20 sourcing managers in different locations, and because we wanted them to check the conditioning for us. What we didn't expect was actually that by doing that, we created a hype, and we were not kind of aware of us doing it. Because what happened, of course, was that one person had this kind of tool, And the others were sitting like copy, paste, and then they see this guy or girl that just, in like 15, 20 minutes creates the document and is ready. And we had also told this person, please, you can start doing templates for the other ones. I mean, it's great, or a first draft. And that actually was a perfect way, because instead of us kind of running around pushing this new tool on the sourcing community, they started to call us and ask if they could be, can I get my login? When is it my turn? When are you coming, etc. So thank you to that kind of start during that summer session. I think we had a really good buy-in when we did all the trainings in October.
So now we have shared our learnings. We really want to share with you also the good feedback we have got from our sourcing team. They are really happy about the tool. They think that it's fast, it's facilitating their work a lot, and it's really in use. So I think that's the biggest compliment to us, that they are using it every day today.
Yeah, and thank you guys for listening in to us, okay?
And if any one of you wants to hear more about our learnings and our story, just catch us up later in the evening. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, ladies. That was great. So let me ask you, what's next in the journey with Legito at Tilia?
Ooh, that's a good one. But now we've done the sourcing. That's one side. That's the buying. Now we will look into the sales. And by doing that, I also say that we want to make sure that all the lawyers assisting the sales organizations get into legal tech, and then they, together with us, because we will assist them, we'll try to see how we can use it for the sales organizations.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And everyone, we're going to take a 20-minute coffee break, so we'll reconvene in 20 minutes, okay? Thank you so much.
Legito will help you manage the lifecycle of contracts and other documents, automate document drafting, efficiently build custom applications, collaborate, negotiate contracts, digitally sign documents, and improve your performance. Each Legito component works together seamlessly to provide a powerful solution. Legito is a no-code, enterprise-ready, and fully customizable platform. Let's get started with a quick high-level overview. Legito Document Lifecycle Management will let your organization easily create document workflows. Legito will make sure that everybody follows the correct process. That includes internal and external sharing, approvals, document changes, and reminders. Document drafting automation allows your experts to efficiently build your templates using Legito's unique AI-powered template editor that suggests logical dependencies. Selections and inputs may be created contextually inside Legito Smart Documents. Data from Legito Smart Documents are automatically extracted. Legito Objects is a rapid, out-of-the-box way to build customized applications that meet your business needs. Increase your automating power exponentially by creating objects such as client and vendor management lists, tailor-made case management tools, property reports, customizable knowledge repositories, and countless other possibilities. Use your Legito workspace to collaborate and negotiate either Legito Smart Documents or Microsoft Office documents. Legito has all the features you would expect. Track changes, compare, comments, real-time conversations, notifications, and so much more. Use Legito Sign embedded into your Legito workspace to digitally sign contracts and other documents with your counterparties. Additional e-signature providers such as Adobe Sign or DocuSign are also integrated to your workspace. Legito tracks all events and actions in your workspace, as well as all choices and data in Legito Smart Documents. Legito then analyzes this structured and categorized data to give you valuable insights into your documents, projects, and processes. Legito is more than software. Once you sign up with Legito, you're joining a community. We want you to get the most out of your investment. We offer additional resources free of charge to help you get better acquainted with top tips and tricks to utilize Legito's robust products and achieve more with Legito thanks to industry insights and best practice advice. Our step-by-step interactive courses will educate you quickly to become a Legito Power user, and our categorized and detailed knowledge base will empower you to confidently tackle any situation. Let's connect to explore how Legito can help you achieve more and reach your goals faster. Legito will help you manage the lifecycle of contracts and other documents, automate document drafting, efficiently build custom applications, collaborate, negotiate contracts, digitally sign documents, and improve your performance. Each Legito component works together seamlessly to provide a powerful solution. Legito is a no-code, enterprise-ready, and fully customizable platform. Let's get started with a quick high-level overview. Legito Document Lifecycle Management will let your organization easily create document workflows. Legito will make sure that everybody follows the correct process. That includes internal and external sharing, approvals, document changes, and reminders. Document drafting automation allows your experts to efficiently build your templates using Legito's unique AI-powered template editor that suggests logical dependencies. Selections and inputs may be created contextually inside Legito Smart Documents. Data from Legito Smart Documents are automatically extracted. Legito Objects is a rapid, out-of-the-box way to build customized applications that meet your business needs. Increase your automating power exponentially by creating objects such as client and vendor management lists, tailor-made case management tools, property reports, customizable knowledge repositories, and countless other possibilities. Use your Legito workspace to collaborate and negotiate either Legito Smart Documents or Microsoft Office documents. Legito has all the features you would expect. Track changes, compare, comments, real-time conversations, notifications, and so much more. Use Legito Sign embedded into your Legito workspace to digitally sign contracts and other documents with your counterparties. Additional e-signature providers such as Adobe Sign or DocuSign are also integrated to your workspace. Legito tracks all events and actions in your workspace, as well as all choices and data in Legito's smart documents. Legito then analyzes this structured and categorized data to give you valuable insights into your documents, projects, and processes. Legito is more than software. Once you sign up with Legito, you're joining a community. We want you to get the most out of your investment. We offer additional resources free of charge to help you get better acquainted with top tips and tricks to utilize Legito's robust products and achieve more with Legito thanks to industry insights and best practice advice. Our step-by-step interactive courses will educate you quickly to become a Legito Power user, and our categorized and detailed knowledge base will empower you to confidently tackle any situation. Let's connect to explore how Legito can help you achieve more and reach your goals faster. Legito will help you manage the lifecycle of contracts and other documents, automate document drafting, efficiently build custom applications, collaborate, negotiate contracts, digitally sign documents, and improve your performance. Each Legito component works together seamlessly to provide a powerful solution. Legito is a no-code, enterprise-ready, and fully customizable platform. Let's get started with a quick high-level overview. Legito Document Lifecycle Management will let your organization easily create document workflows. Legito will make sure that everybody follows the correct process.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone's enjoying the show so far. And we have a number of panels and a couple of keynotes for you. Right now, I have the pleasure of introducing to you the founder and CEO of Andrej Materna. Andrej is a lawyer and the CEO of Legito. He used to think of himself, I think, first as a technologist before a lawyer, and he's really driven by the notion that our employees, not Legito employees, but all of us, our employees, our intellectual capital, are far too valuable to squander their time doing mundane tasks. And this really drove him to create Legito in 2014, and since that time, he's helped 170,000 users automate in over 50 countries. That's a pretty impressive stat. And Andrej's here today to tell you about all the latest developments with Legito. So please welcome to the stage our CEO, Andrej Materna.
Dziękuję, dziękuję. Hi everyone, as always, it's great to be here again, and I'd like to thank every single one of you for coming to our event, and I hope that you are as excited as I am. So really, thank you. You are the best. Topic of my presentation is Legito's news innovations. But before I get into it, let me quickly basically share with you or recapitulate what happened since the last time we have met. A lot has changed. We don't have to wear the masks, which is a great thing. And Legito, as organization and the product, evolved a lot. Before actually I'll describe what are our new innovations, I'd like to share with you how we actually innovate. So in general, there are two ways of designing and building products and doing innovations. Either you start basically building a robust product from the very beginning and you release it when everything's ready and that's it. Or you start small, you release step by step small, let's say standalone features or components that covers a narrow use case, and then you continue to other. In Legito, we chose the second option because it provides us with an instant feedback from you, from our customers, which is super important for us, and it helps us to actually build a great user experience of one thing before we start with the other. And quite frankly, it makes no sense to, let's say, try building a great bicycle if we are not even able to build a great skateboard. So, saying that, in 2018, we basically started as a document automation company. In 2019, we added a document lifecycle management. In 2020, we focused on, let's say, kind of like a platformization of Legito on basically allowing our customers to customize Legito as much as possible so they can even build their own applications within Legito application. So, 2021. Let's jump to the present, and I'd like to share with you some exciting news. I'm really happy that we managed to release a brand new component to the Legito workspace. This project was not easy. It took us about a year, and please let me finally introduce you Legito Sign. Legito Sign is a electronic signature created directly in Legito workspace, and it allows you to sign documents that you manage in Legito without any other integrations. So you can see it's quite easy. You just drag and drop PDF, you choose the signature placeholder and the other fields, and once you are ready, you can just sign the signing process. Legito actually works similar way as many other electronic signatures. All signatories will receive email, they click on it, they sign the document, they confirms, and once the process is ready, then everybody gets a final signed document. Well, because it's actually embedded inside your Legito workspace, we built some features on top of that that will allow you to leverage the robust Legito platform also for customizing your basically signing processes. It's integrated with Legito templates, so you can automate the signing process even more. It works together with our workflow, so you can build a workflow around the signing process, and all actions that are made during the signing process are recorded in our audit trail. It also contains a management area where you can manage the signing processes the similar way you can manage your documents. So everything basically you need to do to start using Legito Sign is to log into your workspace, go to basic section of your workspace administration and tick Legito Sign checkbox. So it's that simple. Yeah, I'm very excited, and it's, let's say, a new step in building this, let's say, end-to-end solution for you. So that was Legito Sign, and now what's next? So what we will do next year and beyond. So we will focus on data-driven insights. Basically, Legito documents are from the top to bottom a structured data, as well as your processes in Legito generates a lot of data. So I would say that data are a byproduct of you using Legito. And we want to help you leverage those data and get some valuable business insights from them. So our goal is basically to provide you an important insights into your documents, business processes, and other areas without even you having to actively do anything for that. Basically, you are collecting data, as I said, just by using Legito, and we should do the rest. So, yeah, I'm very excited about that. I personally want to do that feature for a long time, but now is the right time to do that. So, again, thank you very much for coming. I didn't want to take too much time because we have so much amazing speakers, so much more experience than me. So, again, thank you and see you next year. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Andres. We are pretty excited about this. I know Mark and I, we've been talking about Legito Sign for some time, so can't wait for that to come out. So next we are going to welcome to the stage Luigi Cominelli. Luigi is a legal tech specialist, and he currently works in an advisory capacity and heads a team of legal tech specialists at Legal Softtech, providing automation services to a consortium of Italian law firms. And that's what he's going to discuss with you today, how a consortium of major Italian law firms and a bank automated their entire litigation document process. So welcome to the stage, Luigi.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, as usual, for this warm welcome to Prague. My name is Luigi Cominelli. I've been doing knowledge management work, now we prefer to call it legal tech maybe, for the past 15 years. And now I'm supervising this small group of lawyers working at Legal Softtech. As you will see, we work in a sort of a consortium. Well, by the way, they're in the audience here, Andrea Maraggio, Andrea D'Amato. So we're three, basically. I think we're doing a lot of work, and our clients, both law firm clients and corporate clients, they seem to be very happy with what we are doing. Well, it took some years to develop this experience, to develop the right approach, to understand what was wrong with the past knowledge management practices, what they wanted, what they needed. Sometimes they don't know really what they need, and you have to understand by yourself. Okay, so this is how legal soft tech works. Well, actually, we started from Advanced NCTM. It was NCTM at the time. The knowledge management and document automation unit then moved to Unique Legal 2 years ago at the beginning of 2020. You see, Unique Legal is, well, there's a smaller bubble there, which is UniCredit, which is much larger than everything else, but that means that UniCredit partly owns Unique Legal law firm, which is a consortium between UniCredit and these two other Italian law firms, Advanced NCTM and La Scala. And we worked for them. We worked for Unique Legal for 2 years, and in the end, they were so happy that they spun off some of these services, IT services, and document automation services, which is us. And now we're Legal Software providing document automation services to all of these 4 subjects that you can see there. And I'll tell you about them in a second. This is a much, you see, this is a much larger conglomerate, different entities, law firms, companies, service companies, so that there's a lot of complication in the legal world nowadays, also thanks to legislation which opened the way to mixed forms of legal, traditional partner associations and corporations, so equity capital. So this is more or less the timeline of this story. Starting 15 years ago, it was a completely different technological world. There was no video conference. Software was different. It was more cumbersome. Google was just starting at the time. I don't remember exactly the year, but well, not a lot of people were really confident with technology and computers, especially among lawyers. But in NCTM 2005, we started with organizing work, document management, and even document drafting, which at the time was revolutionary. We started with this Australian software called Exari. So it's a beginning of an experiment which lasted many years, and it was partly successful and partly not really successful. But I think it was a useful time because we learned a lot. 3 years ago, UniCredit asked NCTM and La Scala to create its own law firm, especially to manage recursive, repeating litigation in financial and banking matters. This was a huge problem because they had to manage this deluge of cases coming from all over Italy with a large number of different law firms. They didn't want to do that anymore, so they concentrate all the litigation activity into one subject, which was Unique Legal. And they thought it was the right place to restart this document automation experiment. And that's when we moved there, and we created this small unit. And as I was saying, after 2 years, the experiment worked so well that Legal Softech was created with the same subjects, but now formally providing on a separate basis this kind of services, not only to Unique Legal, but also to the 2 owner law firms and to some other company services which now focus on debt collection. So what we achieved so far? Well, we have now around 26 active templates, ranging from the one-page document, very simple one-page document, to judicial briefs that can be as long as 80 pages. So very different approaches and complexity, spanning a number of practices and areas. From debt collection, we started with banking litigation, but another typical activity of these two law firms was debt collection, but also contracts, non-disclosure agreement, as we heard earlier, and this other kind of standardized contracts, but also not very standardizable documents and contracts. I think you can do a lot also with this kind of documents. And this is the raw numbers that we achieved in 2 years, combining the activity in unique legal and now the templates which are provided to the 4 law firms by Legal Softtech. You see, this is the how the numbers moved up quarterly, on a quarterly basis. We just estimated, well, aside the 26 templates, we have 15 other templates in development, which will be out hopefully soon, and the use is definitely increasing. So we estimate that currently we have between, I'd say, 1,500 and 2,000 documents per year produced by our, well, now it's 40 to 50 lawyers and paralegals, but obviously by enlarging our activity to the other law firms, we're going to have hundreds of lawyers using Legito. The thing we found very useful, and in fact it was essential for this kind of multi-practice, multi-firm and multi-practice approach, that is putting together different entities and creating synergies towards creating and managing these templates, was the use of workspaces. I heard, it was Andre probably mentioning the workspaces. They're very effective, and otherwise this kind of work, with our approach for this kind of work, would be almost impossible, and we would have to manage an incredible number of privileges, defining individual privileges for each lawyer with the constant risk of making mistakes and letting a lawyer accessing the templates of the other law firm, which would not be nice. With the system of workspaces, these templates and the development work, back-end and front-end, are kept separated. And we find this very, very effective, and it was essential. And it was there already. We discovered that when we were studying how to implement this, this multi-firm approach. Few things more I wanted to tell you about our experience so far. Why we decided to move to Legito? We adopted Legito almost 2 years ago. We wanted to have something more user-friendly. Nowadays, lawyers, even middle-aged lawyers, but young lawyers especially, they just cannot use a software that is cumbersome. They'd rather create their own Word template and keep it for themselves. They need a software that is of the same quality of the softwares that they use in their ordinary life. And that's understandable. We tried the hard way in the first year at NCTM. You have to use the software, even if it's not perfect. I think this is the wrong approach. The software has to be perfect or nearly perfect if you really want to push for its use. And I think we're close. We're close. We're getting close to perfection in terms of user-friendliness and in terms of sophistication of the graphic outcome, which is also something client require more and more. A big bank is going to ask you for a format that has the graphic elements that are needed for corporate identity. And the same thing is going to be required by law firms. Everybody's taking up these concepts of legal design nowadays. This is the first output conceived with a legal design approach in debt collection, which is a document that in the past used to be very old style and old looking. And they're trying to develop something that most consumers can understand, like the electricity bill. But this is a judicial act that debtors are going to receive by the law firm, and we are producing it for them. This has been realized using the advanced layout, the advanced design layout, with the use of tags. So it's not just a graphic element, it's a graphic element that incorporates variable elements that are calculated by the lawyers by using Legito in the questionnaire, in the form. Let me show you something more. Another thing, modern law firms need case management softwares, and these softwares need to talk to each other and communicate with the drafting tool. And that's what we did by using APIs. And now our case management software, Ilibra, is fully integrated with Legito. So the two software talk to each other, and Legito imports a good number of data, a good number of names that are needed for the completion of the document, and they are there. So no data entry is needed anymore. I think that's fantastic. So we're still crunching the numbers, but we came up with an estimate of the kind of savings and efficiency increase that we reached by using Legito and by using this approach. Well, you see them there. The methodology has still to be validated fully, but I think that these numbers are not far from the truth. A huge amount of hours saved. And a rise in the revenue, which may look still quite marginal, but you have to consider that we are rolling out these documents, so that the small percentage of the total documents that are produced by the firm now, in a matter of a few years or months, this gains, I think they will be much more substantial. So what are the problems that we are facing and the challenges that we are going to have? Well, if you look at my presentation of 2 years ago, most of these challenges are the same, so they're still there. I copy and pasted part of this because it's not that the legal world that suddenly changed. It's true we had a pandemic and a strong push towards digitalization, but you still have problems in the legal professions. You still have problems in the training of lawyers in law schools. You still have problems in the governance of law firms. And we know that people is resisting these changes. So that probably they're starting to realize, but there's also still resistance and, I mean, laziness, professional laziness. People like to do things the way they always did it, and they keep on doing things in the same way. The thing we realized, and we're leveraging these things to make people understand and to promote these changes, is as soon as a new prospective client sees what you're doing, they start to look with a different eye at you. They start to trust you. So it's an effective management tool. You convince people to hire you, to give you work when you're good at doing these things. And with our cross-firm approach, we think we're going to realize good economies of scale. Of course, you have to put together entities that are trusting, that they're not particularly jealous of critical areas of each respective business. So clearly, you cannot put together in this approach two firms that are directly competitors. But there's a number of joint ventures and collaborations, I think, that can be established and in order to implement this kind of programs effectively. So platform integration, circulation of knowledge. I was listening to what was being said before. Lawyers are not going to fight over who drafted the best non-disclosure agreement. They just want a good solution. And if they have to share it in order to have a good one, I think they're ready to do it. And that's what this kind of approach can do. So focus on the critical business, focus on the high-level contracts, which can also be developed through Legito. But, I mean, we also have a number, as I was saying, a number of 1 to 2 pages document that take time. They don't make you earn much. And you need to do them as quick as possible and in a precise way. And as soon as different entities and law firms realize this, I think they should be ready to join forces to do it. Finally, protection of confidentiality. This is still perceived as a critical element when you ask lawyers to share knowledge, to share templates over a platform. They start asking, where are these documents going? Is my knowledge, is my expertise going to be lost in the internet or somewhere? Of course, you have to provide safety in that respect. But I think the instrument is there with workspaces and with a number of privileges, with a number of tweaks and settings that you can put into effect. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to talk to you if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. Thank you very much. Very impressive, particularly the stat that you showed, 5% revenue gain in the initial rollout. And it is good for me to see that lawyers are the same in Italy as they are in the US, and they're resistant to change. Do you consider that to be your greatest challenge, to get folks to just change their standard way and start embracing automation? And if that's the case, by displaying for them the revenue gains, is that not compelling to them?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you can show figures, of course, it has a different impact, but you have to have them clearly. And
proof is in the pudding, right?
It takes some time.
Yeah,
it may take some time.
But I think it's impressive too that you're just working with litigators. I know I find in the U.S. more of the transactional practices are willing to embrace technology and automation for corporate and real estate and what have you. So very impressive that you're doing this with litigators. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, speaking of transactions, our next presentation is going to be our first panel discussion, and they are going to focus on automation in the real estate industry. I'm going to introduce my friend and colleague, Noel O'Connell. He is the UK business manager, and he's going to be hosting all of the panels this afternoon, and this will be his first. Please welcome to the stage Noel and his panel.
So, good afternoon, everybody. This is the first of 3 panel discussions. Just to introduce myself, my name's Noel O'Connell. I'm one of the enterprise account managers at Legito, based in the UK. We have a very esteemed panel with us today. So just starting here, we have Andrea. She's the COO of Vincent Reality, which is part of Swiss Life, based here in Prague. We have Yong Hong. Yong's an independent consultant. We've worked together for many years on many large projects, and Yong's really here to give a more holistic view as a real estate expert and to sort of draw on some of the experiences and some of the questions. And we have Nel and Ingeborg, who both work for Royal BAM, based in the Netherlands, who build houses and pass them on through the sales process. And let's see if I can work this. There we go. So what we'll do, we'll start off with you, Nel. Could you just introduce yourself and give us a bit of background about your company and why you were looking at document automation? And if you could just touch on some of the pain and really why you needed to resolve that pain.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Noel. My name is Nel Pelle, and I work as a sales manager at AM, which is part of the Royal BAM Group. AM is a project developer, and active in the development and redevelopment of houses, housing estates, integrated multifunctional projects such as downtown areas, but also social property and shopping centers. And as a sales manager, I'm responsible for the sales of new built houses to private consumers. We were looking at documentation automation because of the errors in our contracts, mainly the financial input, and therefore we needed a lot of multiple checks by different disciplines. That was a lot of work, and also despite of the errors, despite of the checks, errors remained, and we had to reject contracts.
Perfect, thank you. And Andrea, same question.
Thank you. I'm here as a representative of our company, Vincent Reality, which is a real estate agency founded here in Czech Republic. Now we are over 200 brokers and 70 offices through all Czech Republic. And if I should introduce myself, I began 6 or 7 years ago as a junior lawyer in our company. After 6 months, I became head of the legal department, and after 3 years, I started to be director of legal and compliance and as COO, as well. And you know what is the great when you are going through all these stages is because you know what the department really needs, what is their pains, what they need to develop. And if you are open-minded, if you got an open mind to do innovation and technologies, it's a great combination, and I am the one of that love this. So we know that our main pain was low efficiency, a lot of error rates, and there was no process that could help us.
Perfect, thank you. I'm just going to slightly change things a bit, Young, but drawing from your experience in working with Colliers and Knight Frank and Cushman & Wakefield and CBRE, you've been engaged to go out and find solutions on behalf of some big global companies. What's your approach, really, of reaching out to the marketplace, doing your assessments, and the kind of process that you go through to actually select and present a solution to the organisation you're working with?
Sure.
Apologies.
Business analysis is quite often the approach in terms of identifying solutions. What I want to focus on today is the key part around measuring. A lot of projects may not do this sufficiently well enough. It's important for measurement to help provide empirical data on what your solution should be. We use a process called PAT. So we look at the process as a whole, full end-to-end, and then we look at what makes up that process, which will be clear activity modules of what people are doing as an activity, and those activities are often made up of tasks. So maybe emails, maybe particular processing on a system that needs to be done by an individual. Once you're able to measure, what that allows you to do is look at what is the problem. And if you click on the next slide, you can see when we looked at valuations, There are 9 key steps, and the drafting the report was one of the biggest costs in terms of time and effort to the business, which meant that if we were to focus on looking for solutions for our clients, then we need to look at what could help drafting of the report. So that then led to document automation as being a keystone in part of a solution for what we do.
Great. We will touch on valuation reports a little bit later. Sure. Just moving over to you, Ingeborg. The slide here. Can you just explain what documents you've automated, your approach to the template creation of those documents? I know they're quite complex in your use case.
Yes, of course. Now, the templates we automated were purchase agreements and building contracts. And the approach of us were various. Of course, an extensive discussion with Legito in the person of Edward to get Legito very well and know all the possibilities. What does Legito need to build with us the template? And next to that, we made various analysis of our templates, following on the screen from left to right, in which stage is a contract, who is in charge at that stage, what information and what data do we need. And with those analysis, we did know what information we needed from SAP, our financial system, and how to connect with our templates. And that was one of the analysis, and the other is to, and it's already mentioned with other guest speakers, the styles and that kind of things. If you know how your template must look like, then you can create it perfectly in Legito and get the output right. So that's
so this was a collaboration between your template team and Legito?
Sorry?
This was a collaboration between your template team and Legito to actually help you build these templates?
The cooperation was that, if I understand the question correctly, is that, Edward told us exactly how it worked and what preparation we had to do to get the template correctly in Legito, and that's how we
so team effort.
did it. Absolutely team effort.
Perfect, thank you. Andrea, let's get these slides right. Here we go. Okay, Andrea, can you walk us through some of the benefits and gains Fincentrum have received with document automation?
Yeah. So, as I said, or if I told about the pain, so the giant or the benefits from the automation for me is 3, the most important. It's efficiency, minimize errors, and the joy of working in a user-friendly interface. If I told about the efficiency, it is nowadays when we are create some purchase contract which is automated, thanks to Legito as well. It's instead of 2 hours to prepare this purchase contract, now it's just 20 minutes. So that means in the past we need 5 lawyers to create all this document, because with kind of huge company, we've got a lot of contracts to prepare. And now we can do that the same number of the contract just in the 2 people. That doesn't mean that we need to release these people. We need them to do better work than just admin, to fulfill the templates. We need to expertise. That's the first one. The second benefit is minimize errors. Of course, if you are rewriting everything by your hands from another documentation, there will be a lot of errors, and it will be the mess. You need to use the technology to refill and to fulfill your templates by automatically. It's only the way how to solve this problem. And the last one, the joy of working in a user-friendly interface. I think this is the most important to the younger workforce. Because young people is following the rules, work smarter, not harder. If they can choose to make 3 steps and they know there should be done in just 1, they leave the company. They need to do the steps which is working for them. It's inconceivable for them just to be in some company where is no technologies and no innovation.
Perfect, thank you. So 2 hours down to 20 minutes. I'm sure the lawyers were quite happy with that process efficiency. Jon, going back to valuation reports, because this actually is quite an interesting topic. So valuation reports are very, very important for real estate companies. Can you give us a brief overview of the complexity of these documents and some of the innovations you've provided to crack this tough challenge. I mean,
Sure.
we've done a lot of work on this in the past, so it'd be great if you could share that.
Sure. So the report, although it's the key product, it's the actual compiling of that report and all the processes around it that are important. These reports are typically 40 to 100 pages long. They involve a lot of data from different sources, and the whole process is very manually intensive for valuers if they don't have any technology. So you can imagine you take a 100-page report, you highlight it in yellow, you then work through page by page, changing the sections as you work along. That's not a very satisfying job to be doing. What we did was that we looked at the data challenges they had and thought, okay, how do we automate data collection? If we can't API to a data source, then we would use robots, RPA, some people may have heard of that, to scrape data from websites to retrieve that data and present that back to the user to put into the report. You also have to insert things like images, so photographs are key to showing an evaluation report, graphics around text, around graphs, so you're showing trends analysis, and also tables. So it's another key area of being able to put information into the report.
What about the actual process? Because if I'm in a building and I'm doing the valuation report, there might not be internet. I need to take pictures. I might be on an iPad capturing information. There's probably a process where this information goes into start the creation of the document. It goes through a process. Could you just give us a little bit of an insight into the kind of process to build these documents, how long they took pre-automation, and then kind of some of the...
Sure. So bringing in the use of other tools was really important to building solutions. So we had a mobile app. You go on site, it would work offline, you store your data on the app. As soon as you arrive within Signal, it would then transfer the data and the images back to the system, ready to be inserted into the report. We built workflow around the processes so that you're completing section by section in the workflow and then pushing the data to generate the text in the reports. That created a lot of efficiency. Typically, evaluation reports in residential properties would take about probably 1 to 2 days in actual time spent on the reports. You can get that down to 2 hours now.
Yeah. And how many valuation reports typically would one of the big real estate companies be producing on an annual basis, just roughly?
Typically between 7,000 to 10,000 reports per annum.
Okay. And they charge a lot of money to the banks to
Absolutely,
do this.
yes.
So the more efficiency they can gain, the more
Well, it
profits.
definitely has improved margins. I've been back to some of my clients recently, and they have been very pleased about the outcome of using document automation in particular as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Jon. Okay, Nell, and I will get the slide right this time. Got it wrong. Nell, can you explain your documentation process and how this was improved from your internal forms with the data flowing to the real estate agent to the final agreement, and also the role of SAP, how that played in this process?
Yes, well, coming from multiple checks by different disciplines, we are improved to a smoother process with less errors. And by using Legito and the ability to input data from SAP, mainly the financial data, only one check remains. Before we can start the signing process. And the process is so much easier for the real estate agent because they only have to fill in the template with, or complete the template with the buyer information and choose from a few conditions in a few articles, and then they can send it to the sales manager for the approval. The use of the Kanban board is beneficial for the real estate agent because they are able to track the follow-up of the contracts, and that wasn't possible before.
So SAP is feeding the templates and then the documents are created. Are you pushing data back to SAP, or is it just a one-way?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Okay. Andrea, can you explain how document automation has grown within Fincentrum from legal to the brokers, and what are your plans for the future, and how do you cope with the change?
Yes, I like. So we started with automation in legal department. I think it's clear because I was one of them. So that was our beginning. till the day, we just communicate with our brokers only by email. And we know there is a little bit messy, a lot of messages and everything. So we started the legal department in 2 steps or two stages. First, but both of them going through together. The first side was create a special templates, thanks to Legito, which was like very huge. Andre loved it, this template. And there was a lot of variation of the situation in the business case, and it's fulfilled automatically by just push the button in our CRM, because all the information that we need to create, it's in the CRM. So we need to find some space when we are communicate with our brokers and taking together in one spot. So that was the one side. And the other side is the templates, the fulling the template. And then we started with the legal department. It was success. We was totally happy, 20 minutes, hurrah. And then we started, or we wanted to expand to the brokers. We want to share this joy. Let's make our works easy, so let's make your works easy. So we create a virtual assistant. It's a special tool, so it's like application, which is included 3 steps. It includes OCR, it includes, again, the templates filling, and biometric signature, signed by Legito. Yeah. So we started with OCR, just to be sure everybody know what is it, but if our brokers wanted to create the client's profile in our CRM, he just needs the cell phone with the camera and his ID. So he just going there, use this magic stuff, and every data from the ID is uploaded directly in our CRM. Then he just pick up the right document that he needs, and there is a lot of, like, I don't know, for example, 50 kind of document that he can use for this case. So he pick up the one, just push the button, and in the second there is the fulfill template ready to sign. And then he can decide, is this client's a little bit old-fashioned that he need to print it and sign it? There is still some of this kind, because they don't believe that if I sign something on some magic tablet, it's like a normal contract. But I hope that will change in the future. So he can print it, or he can use this bill signed by Legito. He just signed it, and directly when this contract is closed, it's uploaded, this contract, to our CRM back automatically. So he do nothing, just no pushing button, nothing. It's directly going to our system, and then we send by email to our client. So this was the other step. The last step that we already done, it's purchase price custody, because as a real estate agent in Czech Republic, we should do that. So we've got this custody of the price. And again, we need to do faster and more transparent for our brokers. So there is the system, the tools, that he just sent the document that we need to verify the custody. He just sent it, and it's for him, it's done. But then he can see all phases, including the bank, which phase is already done. So, for example, somebody from legal department already working on them. It's waiting for the director because he's not at that office, for example. And in the end, bank is already working, and bank is released the money. So this is perfect. It's really easy, and it's really fast. So I think they really appreciate this step, because it's the money, and it's the most important for the clients. And there is a lot of money in the real estate. So our future, it's clear, more application, every innovation, technologies, we love it, so I hope it will done. But our first steps, which is in front of us, is complete our AML module. It's anti-money laundering module, which means there is something like AI that classify our clients to the risk, risk category. And it's reporting to the AML officer, and there will be a lot of alerts and everything, and I think it will be pretty cool. And the other steps, it's a client system, because now we are perfectly communicate with legal department, with brokers, and we need to perfectly communicate with our clients. So there will be the system, then he should see all his contract, they should sign a new contract like electronically. He can evaluate the immovable property, and he can discuss with us online.
Sounds great. Young, can you just briefly describe some of the best practices, in particular design, rollout, and user adoption? Because, I mean, having the best systems in the world are no good if people don't use them. So, you know, it's such an important key piece here.
Sure. I think for many of you setting out on a journey to bring document automation into your business, you need to think about the big picture. So what is your target state or your vision of where you want to be after you've implemented your automation? Are you planning to integrate with other systems, maybe your CRM, maybe your finance system? Because all this feeds into is how you then structure the variables you're going to create in the document automation, for example. So do you need to name some of these variables with an API tag, knowing that you're going to API to a particular system, which then is all about what are you going to do after you've implemented your solution? Is there a sustainable approach to managing your solution afterwards? So the variables is a critical part. Secondly, then, what templates do you have in mind are you looking to automate? Because you could go off and create lots of templates, but each template has an overhead to manage after you implemented it. Did you rationalize your templates at the beginning so you had less to manage afterwards? So all these are part of the critical thinking about designing your automation solution. In terms of rollout, I would be very key to stress. You need to think about small, soft launch. You need to focus on your early adopters and your innovators to be part of your journey at the beginning. Quite often you may face resistance within your business about implementation. So being able to control both the impact of the rollout and the narrative inside your company to be able to keep a positive view of your project is critical. So big bang, avoid that completely. You don't want to suddenly give out to 100 users this template and get an overwhelming rush of feedback and problems and issues to track. So try and carefully control your rollouts with small scale, and when you're confident, scale up. Yep. In terms of adoption, I think, as I said, your early adopters and innovators typically are keen to be involved at the beginning. You need to leverage that as best you can, and when they're ready, what that drives is FOMO. Some of you may have heard this term, fear of missing out. So then the rest of the people that are a bit skeptical, sitting on the fence, when they're seeing these people benefit from your project, they're going to be more interested in actually taking part and adopting what you're presenting.
Because you mentioned that just to get the users engaged, you had competitions and you had all sorts of kind of ways of just making them be involved in the process early on. If you just kind of...
Yeah. Also, you can consider how do you disrupt people's current thinking. There will be a lot of people saying, why do we have to change? Or maybe there's been a lot of change fatigue in the business because of whatever activities are going on. So how do you make it more engaging for them? Quite often in businesses, there may be a competitive feel. So if you can leverage that, maybe have a template that you're interested in, maybe that takes 5-10 minutes to complete. Maybe have a race, get 2 teams involved, sales teams perhaps, and whoever wins a bottle of champagne or takes the team out for lunch. There's an opportunity then to suddenly create a lot of interest and excitement within the company.
Great, thank you, Jon. Ingeborg, just focusing on the template side of things, just, you know, and the templates that you've created, have you got any tips and tricks, any sort of things you've learned that you can give us some advice on?
Yeah, we learned quite a few. Well, first of all, I do think every document can be automated. And the tips and tricks, yeah, first of all, in your team, do have fun, because that helps in the teamwork. You all have a role in the team, but you're also human, so keep the personal touch in a team. I do think that benefits. Have a laugh at the time, sing songs, as we did in our project. But it helps ease the stress and that kind of things, and then you can continue, and, well, you work quite a while with each other, so if you know each other a bit better, then it works better. Yeah, another advice I have, if you work alongside with Legito, involve them in the template you want to automate. let them know what the outcome is, what the purpose is, what it is used for, and what outcome you do have. So that they can think with you how to automate the template. And otherwise, get Legito know by heart, especially as a template manager. Then you can think ahead, think of solutions, know how to build it, and help the end users to translate what the needs of the users are. That helps. As I mentioned earlier before, the extensive analysis of the data you want to use in the contract, but also which you want to export to other systems.
Yeah.
That's one of the tips I have. And think of all the scenarios which could occur in the project or something irrelevant issues where you use the document in, so that you can solve issues with that. For example, in our template we have interest calculations, and the interest calculation is triggered because today I closed the agreement and the interest date is in the past, but we stumbled upon a scenario in which the interest rate was in the future, and then the interest calculation is also triggered, and that was not what we want to happen. So think of all those scenarios, variables, what can happen with your document, and in which situation the document can come. So
really think it through, yeah.
Yeah, those are my tips and tricks for...
Just kind of following on from that, Nell, so, with these great templates, just in terms of the gains that have been adopted in your department, as we mentioned, there's forms capturing data that flows into these agreements through. So if you just give us some of the gains, because they've been quite impressive, haven't they?
Yes, the gains we achieved are we reduced many errors in creating templates, creating documents. We improved the process through sales, real estate agent, and the contract administration. But the process of the real estate agents improved most. From the checks, from 50 to 20 minutes per check, we went back to 5 minutes. There were 3 checks needed, and we bring that back to 1 check per contract. So we have to about an hour gain of time for the contract. We do approximately this year approximately 500 to 750 contracts within Legito, and that will be about 90 person days saved. So
someone, if they're working weekends, basically 3 months of their time given back.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And this is just where you're starting off small, because obviously it will grow and the benefits then will be even larger.
Yeah, sorry, I can't understand it well.
Sorry, I was saying the system at the moment is starting off small, so the amount of contracts is going to grow, because I think you do up to a couple of thousand, don't you? Yeah.
Yes.
So as you're doing more volume, the gains will be even larger, which is great.
Yes, that's right.
Andrea, I'm just going back to, you talked about BioSign earlier, one of our original products. Can you just tell us how you use tablets and workflow, and just the process around that with people actually using Legito off-site? It's quite an interesting use case.
Actually, in common, when you started using Legito, of course, but anything where is something automatically fulfill the template and so on, it's really fast. It's faster your work and everything, and it's really efficiency. And I remember when we started talk with Legito about BioSign, because I don't want to say that, but we was the one who really pressed on them that we need it.
So it was a feature we probably developed for you.
Oh, actually, a little bit. No, of course, that was their idea, and they are already working on that. But we just needed it really immediately. Because when you are somewhere on the meeting with the client, you don't need to spend the time with printing, for example, something, because that's not very common that you are seeing with each other in the office, because actually almost every time is in their property. You are going there, you take photos, you are discuss about the price and everything. And you can't bother the clients. Oh, sorry, do you have a printer here? Is it possible to print this contract? And should we sign it? And on the other side, it's a business. You need to close the contract. You can't wait to another 2 days just to print it everything at my place. and you are not prepared before it because you don't have the conduct in that. So the biosign in that, it's really great because in the law side, it's a biometric signature, so it's really easy to prove.
It measures the pen pressure and the speed and everything. It's got a lot of analytics, Young, that really proves it was that person who signed it.
There is the data about your signature, like we can't see that, but if the court, for example, need it, they just should send them this huge document where is the pressure and the fast of this, really like the, I don't know the word in English, but it's in front of court if there is some action. If it's yours.
Admissible. Admissible?
Probably.
Cool.
The guy who is just checking, the fast and everything. And I think this is really better because then can't be the mistakes how fast it is, not just because somebody stole that. So it's really amazing. And on the other hand, the younger people, and they are really impressed when they saw that you are bringing the tablet and let's sign the document, and immediately they've got it in the email. So they are like, oh, wow, yeah. So it's great.
Great, perfect. So we've only got a couple of minutes left, so we are getting to the end of this. But Young, just one last question really for you, just in terms of the future. So where do you see document automation going in the future with things like, AI and robots and some of the things you touched on earlier?
Wow, okay, it's quite a tough question. If we think about work as it is now, many of you are working with documents and part of a production process, but actually, as computers can improve, AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, the ability to decide what goes into a document will happen automatically through rules or algorithms. Okay, so the need for human being intervention into document production will become less and less, more about approving and accepting. So the work of many of you today is potentially at risk of becoming redundant because computers will take over from doing a lot of that. So what does it mean to the workforce today? It means your skills should be focusing on the future of work. What will that look like? It will be things like your soft skills, your engagement with clients, your time you spend with how you manage them. You will be more involved in perhaps analysis. So looking at data. It's not so much about processing and finding the answer within that data. It's about knowing what question to ask. AI, great at being superb at finding and processing, but it still has it will find it very difficult to relate, to try and connect unrelated data, which is what human beings are fantastic at doing.
Perfect, thank you. Well, I think that's the end of our session now, so I hope you found that meaningful and of interest, and I'll be presenting some more panel discussions a little bit later on this afternoon. So thank you very much, Andrea, Young, Ingeborg, and Nell. Really appreciate you spending time with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noel.
Very good.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, many thanks for everyone in the panel. Thank you very much. And you'll see Noel again later this afternoon in the next panel. So moving things along, next up we have Mauricio Campuzano, a partner at Gomez Pinzon in Colombia. Mauricio advises international companies on the protection and administration of IP portfolios and competitive strategies. So moving on from real estate to IP, Mauricio is going to tell us about his use of Legito. Welcome to the stage, Mauricio.
Is that happening to me? Because it sounds like an echo all the time. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. If you were properly paying attention, you probably have noticed that Luigi's had my picture, and that's why he's also handsome when he was there, but it was me, actually. First of all, thank you to Legito and all the Legito crew for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. And before starting, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I've been attending this session since the very beginning this morning, and we have been talking all the day about document automation and how to make it faster and how to produce documents and how to make it good. But I think, and it was not included in my presentation, and I'm just saying things that are not there. I think we are forgetting something. And there is something that is the most relevant thing that you need when you have to think on something like that, and it is the people. And we are forgetting the people. We have been talking about the machines, the technology, the software, how to change it, how to manage it, but we are forgetting the people. And you cannot do anything without the people. You cannot do anything with the people properly trained, but more than trained, people with their minds open-minded to changes, open-minded to the new things, to new technologies. And that is one of the most difficult things to find when you are starting a digital transformation process. That's why in our firm, we started a digital transformation process about 4 or 5 years ago. And before we were knowing what we were going to do, without even knowing what changes we were going to introduce, we decided to start working with the people in changing their attitude towards the work, in changing the way they think, trying to adapt them to future changes, trying to have them ready for the changes that we were going to introduce. And later on, or simultaneously, we were thinking in the innovation committee on what we were going to do and how we were going to deal with it. But I think you cannot forget the people. Without them, you do nothing. If they are not really open-minded, you do nothing. And if they are not ready to work with you, ready to cooperate with you in the project, you get to nowhere. About our firm, probably you're not aware of who we are. We are Gomez Pinzón Law Firm. We are one of the largest law firms in Colombia. Of course, if you compare us with the US law firm or UK law firm, probably we are a very tiny boutique. But for our standards, we are one of the largest law firms. We are committed to society. We work in pro bono. We have a very long-standing student training program. That's why we have a lot of young lawyers working with us and forcing us towards having the newest technologies on our work. And we are very committed to diversity and inclusion. But broader than that, we're 22 partners, have 18 practice areas, over 100 lawyers, and more than 45, now we're almost 50 lawyers ranked in different things. And as it was said this morning, we lawyers love to be ranked, love to be in tier 1, tier 2, hopefully never lower than tier 2. And we have been ranking all over there. But when we initiated all this procedure, we face challenges. And of course, and it is not there, the first challenge was our partners, my partners saying, hey Mauricio, what are you going to change what has been working very well for 30 years? We have been successful for 30 years doing the things this way. What do you want to change it? It's working. But we needed to prepare the firm, to have a firm ready to the next 30 years, not for this year, not for the next year, for the next 30 years. And because of that, we decided to move in this direction. And what does it mean? Redesigning and optimizing the traditional services of a law firm. It is not as simple as introducing a format. It is not as simple as having a contract that can be automated. You have to change the way the services are produced, are developed, and the way the lawyers, the way the attorneys think and work. Then we have to take complex legal documents and move them into the system. And then you have a very difficult thing, and here they have said that they are so easy, that there are the APAs. That's not so easy. Integrate that within the whole legal tech of the firm. And that's not easy, and that's a complex task. It costs money, time, and pain. Then what has happened? We have automated entire legal processes. All the entire legal procedures and documents are now being produced. We have integrated them with DocuSign. Now great that we have Legito Sign. We didn't have it before. We have workflows automation integrated with clients. And now we have mass contract generation using batch systems. And we have all that in place as of now. Now we have over 40 templates. To be honest, at this point, I have no idea what templates we do have. We began with something very simple, the traditional NDAs, and it has been moving towards more complex documents. And as of now, I don't know. The automation team takes care of that, and I at this point don't know. For example, I know in IP, we have worked in producing oppositions, trademark oppositions. We have worked in the labor area, working in contracts, but actually it is so fast moving that I don't know what are all those documents that are being automated at this point in the firm. We have over 50 active users. With active, I mean people that are constantly working on this. We have, this presentation was prepared about a week or 2 weeks ago. We have almost 2,000 documents already produced with the system, and with 3 fully automated legal services working on at this moment. And we are going to tackle these 3 procedures that we have as of now. The first, before going there, no, let's jump this because I took some time to first of all. The first case study that I wanted to present is something that for all the law firms in the world is a pain. And it is that our friends of EY, Pricewaterhouse, and companies, every 3 months, sometimes every month, sometimes every year, ask the companies to provide an auditory report, and they have to ask all the lawyers, outside counsels, to provide a certification of the current status of all their litigations or actions or claims that we are handling. And that in a law firm, it's a pain. Why? Because sometimes there are so many things that you have all over the firm that you sometimes don't even know what do you have. And before we had this, what was actually happening in the firm is that each partner took care of the cases and they were very well handled, but we don't know what my other partners are doing for a client. And we were receiving these letters, and the partner in charge of IP took that and answered with IP things. And maybe I heard that there is something in labor and asked the labor partner to help me. And we answered with IP and labor and sent the document. And then months later, we realized that there was also a litigation and arbitration or something else. And we didn't know, and we sent the report only stating these 2 things. And things like this were happening daily with hundreds of clients. And this is, as I said, this is a pain for all law firms, probably in the world. So what we decided was, let's automate this procedure, not only the document, but the entire procedure, to secure that all practice areas representing clients in litigation and civil actions and administrative actions have been involved there, and they all answer what they have. But not only this, but also keep that records of those documents in order to be able to produce a new report in 1 month, only updating the new things. So we had to automate that entire procedure, involving, again, all the firms, all the practice areas of the firm, involving all the lawyers of the firm, and involving also our accounting department, because we needed to provide also a status of the bills with the client. What happened with that? It began, what now is a success case, it began with a failure case. Why? because let's go back to 2020, when the pandemic began. And at that moment, we have hired someone, I actually do not recall the name of the provider, to produce automation. And we have hired that company, and we contracted, and we started to work with them. To be honest, I don't recall the name. And almost in, I don't recall, like October, we went live. We finished our automation with this proceeding, and we got everything, and we went live, and we invited all the firm, of course, to a Zoom meeting, and we had all the company live, all the employees of the firm, and we announced that we had this procedure automated. What happened? We went live, and in that very moment, the platform collapsed. With 200 people connected, and we were introducing our big success during the pandemic. Obviously, no one was happy at all. And we decided to turn that platform off, and that's why I'm here. We actually met the Legito people a couple of days before the pandemic started, and we switched to Legito, and we actually changed everything and moved to Legito, and January 2021, we had it ready and forced, and we went live again and did it well, and we have this document that you have been seeing here. So what initially was a failure finished as a success story, but what is relevant there, and it is also a conclusion that it is important to have, it is that you're gonna make mistakes, and it doesn't matter. It's part of learning, and these kind of mistakes are relevant because you get to know from those mistakes. And one of the learnings of those mistakes is that you have to move quickly. You don't keep trying, just move it and move forward, and that's what we did. And we landed in Legito, and we are very happy with this. And in simultaneous with this, we started working in different kind of things. And I think it was June or July last year, we said, well, we are very well prepared now. We know that this is working. And we decided to move forward into one of the hardest projects that we have started. And it is because for a corporate M&A law firm, one of the most significant products that we have is a due diligence report. So we decided to take the hardest document to produce. And with this report, I'm pretty sure that we have gone to the borders of what Legito can do. It is a huge document. It involves all the practice areas of the firm. It has already over 180 contingencies, but not only the contingency, but as a consequence of having the contingency identified as where it is now, you identify the type of risk, and it says if it is high, medium, or low. And depending if it is high, medium, or low, it has different consequences. And we went down and tackled the consequences, and you're seeing now the consequence of a medium, high, and low risk. And we have this for every possible contingency that a company could have. So we are now in a position where all the due diligence report is prepared with this. And this is an advertising for the Legito people. This was finished this morning. So they have to invite me next year to tell you how it works. It is not working now, so to all the Legito team, I will be glad to be here next year again to tell you what happened with this. But it took us a year to have this ready. We involved, again, 18 practice areas, 180 red flags ready, incorporated, and I was told this morning, Mauricio, we're ready, and we're waiting for a client to hire us for the next due diligence, and it's going to be there, so we are ready. We have done some testings in sections of due diligence from the practice groups that were ready at the beginning. So we did it simultaneously, manual or traditionally, and with the system, and it is working. But now we are ready to move forward and to have it fully integrated, and that is what's going to happen within the next days to see how it worked. A third case, and my time is getting over, is a contract management system. What happened, or what was the necessity? We have a client that is a company that is somehow a broker of influencers. And as you know, the influencers are people that are not really how do you say it? They only chat. They are only with their iPhones chatting all the time and advising, but they are not sophisticated. They don't sign contracts. They simply announce things. And this company wanted to have a model with them that actually make them to work as a traditional advertising agency, or as a traditional agency. And also we had, at the same time, a ruling from the Colombian government having the influencers certain obligations when they are announcing products. So we decided, they invited us, and we took the risk and generated a contract that is currently active in Colombia and Mexico to generate the contract between the agency, the company that I'm telling you that is somehow an aggregator of influencers, and the influencer. And each time a client of our client hires them, they take 100 or 20 or 80, depends on the type of influencer, and ask the influencer to sign a contract. This is not normal, but they have them sign it. Why? Because very often they are including exclusivity clauses, they are including things like the obligation of having 1, 2, 3, 4 posts, obligations to not to do X, Y, and Z, and all those obligations were never tracked. Sometimes they only post once or twice, and they mixed it up, and they are not doing very well. So with this contract and the entire system, what the company did is actually controlling all the influencers within the platform. And as you can see in a few seconds, there is a tracking system that we have been using where they can see if the influencer has already signed, if has already posted or not, and how many posts it has, and it is controlled there. Here's where they have the client, they have all the posts, the status of the contract. So the client has a clear view of what is involved, where they are, and how they are seen. And now with this platform, they are controlling all their influencers, both in Colombia and in Mexico. In this case, they have 70 different contracts. This means 70 clients have been involved, and incredibly, it has reduced almost 60% the time in generating this and controlling this than as it was before. This is a contract management case study that I wanted to share with you, and that's all I have for you today. I hope it was interesting for you, and thank you for your time, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, so thank you very much. So I just want to clarify, when I was backstage, I heard system claps. That wasn't Legito collapsing, right?
No, that wasn't Legito. Then I moved to Legito.
Okay, very, very good. All right, I was going to ask you, so many great things we've heard about Legito. Is there anything in particular you would like to see in terms of improvements or enhancements? What would be top of your list?
Yes, I think there's something that we as a client would love to see in Legito, and is to have not only Word documents, but other type of documents, like PowerPoint presentations and things like that. That would be fantastic for us as a customer, because sometimes we feel somehow tied because we had to fit, when we have done so many things, sometimes we have to try to fit a Word document within a PowerPoint presentation, or we try to adapt it. So we produce horizontal Word documents to try to look like PowerPoint. So I think that would be a great improvement of the Legito platform.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you for that. And I meant to ask other panelists and speakers too. A key purpose of a user conference, obviously, is we want to hear from you. We want to hear about future development needs, suggestions. So please, later, let's make sure we all discuss those things. But a big hand from Mauricio. Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute coffee break. So 10 minutes, guys, okay? Thank you. All right, welcome back. I'm trying to see if everyone's out there. I see just a few of you. So welcome back. We have a small panel discussion to round out the day, and then one more success story to share with you. The panel discussion will be led once again by Noel O'Connell, and they'll be discussing automation and sourcing and procurement. Noel, welcome to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, again. So this panel discussion is going to be slightly different format. It's going to be shorter, and we've got Pavlin here, who's coming from Bulgaria, and another customer who's actually coming in through a video link. She works for an American company, but actually in South Africa. So the panel today will be Pavlin Stoyanov, who's the chief executive of a services company called Visio. He'll explain that in a second. And also Galia Oster from American Trade and Finance. So Pavlin, can you just introduce yourself and give us some background about Visio and what you do with document automation?
Sure. Hello, everyone from the stage as well. I'm Pavlin Stoyanov. I'm a lawyer. I'm still doing law. Worked a very long time in very big law firms, maybe the biggest one in Bulgaria. Also, one of them was a second-tier law firm in UK. Slowly, I decided that I wanted to do my work in a different way. I started using Excel. Then I got involved in automating the contracts of a very big oil and gas company. And now I'm leading this Visio project, which is coming from Vision of Law, where we are trying to find different solutions, technical solutions, digital solutions to optimize legal work and to help our clients digitalize not only their businesses, but their also legal support behind.
Great, thank you. So we'll see if the video link works. So I'm going to ask a question to Galia. So can you introduce yourself and give us some background of American Trade and Finance and why you were looking at document automation? So let's see if Galia joins us now.
Yes, thank you very much, Noel, and thanks for having me today. You'll see quite an interesting slide being presented at the moment. The first image that you see there is my daughter. She's waving hello to everyone at the Legito PowerUp conference today. And it's also the reason why I'm unfortunately not able to be there in person today. The second image is who we are. That's Atrofin, American Trade Finance. We are an international commercial lender and we specialize in emerging markets. My name is Galia Oster. Amongst other things, I head up the loan closing function within Atrofin, as well as new product releases and launches, and I spearhead the document automation projects for us. Some background, Atrofin has been in business for over 2 decades. We operate on 5 continents and in over 30 countries. Operating across such a diverse landscape means that we're dealing with different legal constructs in each region, which leads to different legal requirements, and that impacts the way that we do business. And in order to meet those legal requirements in each jurisdiction, it impacts our documentation. So there's a level of complexity introduced there. We're in the business of lending, as well as other trade finance products. And so we have north of 75 documents that have to be completed for a single transaction. Over and above that, some of our documentation, like our overriding document, which is our credit agreement, is north of 100 pages per document. So when I joined the company, which was in August of last year, we had our know-how and our expertise in various templates that were on different people's computers, and some had been updated for this latest requirement or that latest requirement, but there wasn't a single version of the truth available for everyone to use. And as a new person coming into the organization, I needed I needed to look for that sort of IP and have it available to me. So some of our IP was also sitting in people's heads, how to do things. This is the process that we follow when we're using this template, etc. And so we needed to find a solution that led to us having everything in one document, in one version of the truth, that was the latest, latest document, latest, most up-to-date version. And that is what led us into the document automation, down the document automation journey. So in addition to having a huge amount of complexity in terms of our documentation, we also had a lot of inconsistency and inefficiency. Everything was being done manually. We had 75 documents that all had interrelated information, but we had no way of, linking them together and, pulling information from one document into the other. So we had a lot of work to do in terms of getting us, up to speed on the efficiency scale.
Great, thank you. It's quite interesting. There were 75 documents per deal, and some of them are 100 pages long, so quite an interesting use case. So, Pavlin, can you outline the challenge that you specifically found when trying to match sourcing and procurement, bridging the gaps of these departments and kind of automating the processes? If you could just give us a little bit of a background and explain how you tackled that.
So the biggest client where we are implementing Legito for already a year and a half, I guess, maybe 1 year without the preparation. They're an international company where they have offices at around 32 countries. What we find challenging is first the great volume of contracts which are processed every day on a daily basis. Then the great volume of information behind each contract. Then the other type of challenge we are facing is the desire to control what's happening, because there are so many countries, so many people who buy something, so many people who sell something in so many different jurisdictions, everyone having different approach, different actually interest in what they're doing. And we still want to control them, even centrally. And instead of using like human resource, we decided to go and control through implementing a right process, right templates, etc. And then the final very imminent challenge and problem we are trying to solve is that the things we are buying are very directly linked to what we are selling. Pretty much we are selling what we are buying in many cases. And this is not only products, it's actually IP. And when you sell and buy IP, you actually sell and buy and sell rights and obligations, which is actually different contracts. And it is very important that the rights and obligations you get on one side are properly transferred to your end customers. And this is where we found that document automation is very useful, so we can map, not only automate the creation of the document, not only make a proper workflow, but then create a database of the different types of products we buy. So when we sell them, we can properly transfer the rights, you can properly price them without someone always checking if the sale contract matches that procurement contract. And we are in a journey to a success, I think. We started small, as everyone is saying, every day, and we are developing with every new need we find every day.
Great, so it's streamlining the process.
Streamlining the process. Every time we find that we missed something, we are not fixing it for the particular case. We always fix it in the template. We fix it in the workflow, and then we continue forward. So the lesson learned replicates very easy. And
perfect, thank you. I'll try Galia again. So it's interesting about bridging the gaps with sourcing and procurement, because actually it's a quite a common use case here. So Galia also had a similar issue with sales and finance. So Galia, can you describe some of the content chaos that you resolved and how you improved the process?
Yes, of course. So I think like many organizations, we naturally have a level of crossover between our divisions in the organization. One of them being between business development and finance. Part of the business development's role is to put out proposals to clients. They're doing this on a daily basis, and they're often doing it under, quite urgent timelines. They need to get a proposal in front of the client in order to win the business. Part of the process that we had was that in order to get a proposal in front of the client, you also had to generate an invoice for a good faith deposit. And these documents were sent out together to the clients. So the business development would be preparing a proposal. In the midst of that, they would have to stop their process, contact finance, who was responsible for preparing invoices, and wait on that in order to be able to reach their client. So what we decided to do is to build out the invoice, the good faith deposit invoice, within the proposal, and have business development have the ability to generate their own simple invoice, which was prepared with input from finance to ensure that there's the right controls in place. And now we no longer had business development trying to reach a finance person who may not be available when they need them in order to get a proposal out to clients. So in addition to creating the good faith deposit invoice, now that we had the functionality of invoicing on Legito, we decided to expand this into our loan servicing. So we built out all our different types of invoices, and as I run the loan closing, when I'm finished with the closing, I can now generate the invoices myself and send these to finance for them to review before they're sent to the client. So we've built out a whole loan servicing function on Legito as well, which has reduced a huge amount of workload on finance. It's bridged the gap between closing and finance, as well as the gap between sales and finance. And it's just removed, blockages, bottlenecks, and any sort of time wastage that happens when a document needs to move from one division to another. So once we had finished automating the invoices, we decided to build out what is quite a complex loan amortization schedule into our documentation. Previously, we would have to juggle between a Word document and a spreadsheet on a consistent basis in order to get the information out correctly. Now what we've done is we have it all living and breathing in one space within a template in Legito. All the calculations are happening automatically. It removes the risk for calculation error. It removes the risk of human manual error when you're moving information from one document to another. And so I think that the moral of the story here is that instead of just automating a document, which doesn't really yield any valuable results, you can take a broken document and automate it, and you'll still land up with a broken document. It's just an automated broken document. And so working with Legito, we've managed to introduce a whole lot of process efficiency into our day-to-day work that is over and above making things faster and more efficient. And I'm sure that everyone is familiar with the saying, if you've ever implemented a system before, it doesn't matter how slick your system is. If you put rubbish in, you're going to get rubbish out. So we've got really great process improvements that we've managed to implement through the implementation of Legito.
Thanks, Galia. I'm just conscious of time. So I'm actually going to ask you two questions, Pavin, and just feel free to answer them in the order. And maybe if you can give us a 3 or 4 minute version, no more. So just in terms of your approach to converting your clients' templates, their contracts and agreements into Legito templates, what's your approach with the technical approach and maybe the psychological approach? And the second part, really, I know you're quite excited about innovation and you do a lot of work with the future. So just really, what are your plans for the future? And how do you imagine contracts in the future, legal regulations and contract execution through blockchain, which is stuff that I know you're really interested about. Yeah. So feel free to talk about the templating side and the futures in the next few minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, let me start with the conversion point. I have been, and we have been trying with my team to actually sell digitalization in the law for already like 4 or 5 years. It's not easy, especially in Bulgaria, although we have a lot of developers and we are showing ourselves off as like a technical country. But still, the lawyers are conservatives. Businesses, when they go good, they're conservatives. And psychologically, it's this cliche that you always need a wow effect. It really is looked for by clients. Usually, financial institutions, when they want to fund a startup, they are always asking for the wow project, but actually I get this answer by clients. They also want to see a wow project. And then you have to find the real driver of the person you're talking to, or the organization through the representative you're talking to. And sometimes they're looking for earnings, for profit. Sometimes they're looking for outstanding among competitors. Sometimes they're just enthusiasts. And first thing you need to do is to find this real driver of the person behind. And enthusiasts are the easiest to start with, but then if you don't really solve a solution, or you don't bring a result out of the personal happiness that you're doing something cool, it's not going to get fast. What we did with our biggest client, who is also presented here, is that they actually invited me to help them legally with their contracts management, and I just started doing it through Legito, so I was showcasing them that it's happening faster and it's happening cleaner, and we are actually managing to start solving these challenges about the great volumes and managing mistakes in the great volumes, controlling what is happening, and we have a very good sight of what is happening, and they have about 2,000 or 3,000 contracts already populated in Legito, so that's a great thing. Technically, it's also a challenge. A lot of people today were saying the right things about good preparation, good hygiene, management of your Word document, etc. But from a lawyer, you have to become a little bit with the mindset of a developer or development team. So in our Visio team, we have developers, we have designers who are working on other projects, and we, the lawyers, are learning a lot from them. So we are taking the development approaches in converting Word documents into Legito documents. We have to have a good design so people use it easier. It's not just a bunch of words. We are doing this starting small, trying to scale up fast, etc. So technically, it's not also an easy thing to do, but once you do it for the first time, then it's very quick to do it again and again, and people appreciate it after they see how it works. If I have a little time, I'd love to...
40 seconds.
40 seconds about innovation. I was participating in the preparation of 2 or 3 digital directives of the European Union this year in the spheres of artificial intelligence and blockchain, and the biggest challenge is standardization. Everyone knows that if everything is standard, it's very easy to put in a law or in a contract. But then the biggest law firms and the best lawyers and the best developers, they know that standardization will stop their development. So I think this is the biggest challenge, but I see the future in having code integrated into laws and code integrated into contracts so they can integrate automatically in between each other.
Well, maybe we can talk about that tonight over a glass of wine. So the very last question to Galia. Just really, Galia, tell us about your experience of working with Legito and just outline some of the gains and benefits that you've experienced.
So naturally, in terms of launching a document automation or any automation project, you have everyone being proponents of innovation and everyone also being opponents to change. So the change management process is one of the more difficult aspects of automation, and we encountered those challenges, as I'm sure most people do in implementing change into an organization. So we had quite a lot of pushback from business. You know, people don't want someone coming and interfering in their day-to-day work, introducing new things. They just want to get on with what they're doing and doing it the way that they're used to doing it. So how did we deal with this? We had a number of approaches. The first one was to get buy-in from the top. to get buy-in from the top and to drive adoption from the top down. This meant that we had a lot less friction and a lot less pushback from the rest of the organization. Another important aspect was for us to listen to what the users were experiencing. So take their feedback, take their suggestions, and incorporate them into the template. So the template was continuously evolving to make sure that it catered for the requirements of the users that are actually using the documentation. Another thing was to, if you encounter errors or mistakes, which is part of any system implementation, having those addressed quickly. And Legito has always supported us in getting any corrections done as quickly as possible, which maintains the buy-in that we've worked so hard to obtain already. So I think those are some of the difficulties that we encountered. I'm happy to say that now we had business that was very anti-change, very anti-system implementation. We've moved from that to widespread adoption and use of all of our templates across Legito. And I think everyone's happy with the speed, with the accuracy, and with the improvements that having this document automation has introduced into the organization. So we now have a single version of the truth, so we're putting out consistent documents. We've reduced the amount of error. We've automated calculations. We've introduced efficiencies across the board. And so, the benefits are tremendous. One of the largest benefits that we've had is the ability to link our documents together. So we input information into one document, and through the smart import in Legito, we're able to auto-populate that across 75 documents that are required for a transaction, and that is a huge one for us. So, we've made a huge amount of progress in a very short amount of time, and it's been a fantastic experience working with Legito, and we look forward to working with everyone more in the future.
That's great. Well, I think we've used up all time. Pavlin, thank you so much. And thank you, Galia. And I'll hand back to you, John. I'll go this way. Thank you.
Noel, let me have the clicker. Oh, Noel. He's going on. All right, guys. So we have our last presentation for today. But before we do, I think we have a special treat for some of the ladies out there. I think they're going to be handing out some flowers as I bring up the next presenter. So Camille Valatkite is a legal counsel and team lead at Vinted, an online marketplace in Lithuania. And Camille's going to discuss with us the challenges of a fast-growing company. She's familiar with document automation, but what she's going to discuss is actually getting a fast-growing company to get on board with document automation, because a lot of the problems could be solved, and she'll go into detail with you. So if you would, please welcome Camille to the stage. And again, this will be our last presentation. After Camille presents, I'll do a few closing words, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Okay? Thank you very much. Camille, welcome to the stage.
Hi everyone, it's such a great conference, and you all are such a, inspiration and vision for me, because where I am is still lots of things to do. So my name is Camilla Valatkite, and I'm the legal counsel and team lead at Vinted. My focus for a quite long time been contract law, negotiations, implementation of many various legal tech tools, and also building new processes and training materials, providing guidelines. I'm a huge legal design advocate. I'm happy I've seen quite few presentations today that how the legal design documents are coming into life. And also, my next steps are within leadership and coaching. So, in general, so what do I love and hate about my job is that in my daily work, I can really utilize my skill set, which for many previously I used to think that it's something wrong with me because I like to do law and I like to do projects. But the more I evolve into different companies within my role, I see that actually it's a huge advantage to have that mindset, which how to make certain things more efficient in your legal job. Also, I am quite creative and looking for the solutions that would have some creativity and something different, not something that you usually do every single day. And for me, it's also very important to follow the trends, as already mentioned, legal design and legal tech. The challenges that I meet is that, especially that I'm in a more startup-ish environment, so the changes that I have to meet, like for example, last year, my manager changed 3 times, so you make priorities and you have to change them. And then also it is very difficult to plan, even though I am a planner, that I like to plan my day, my week, and to plan for the next year. But when the business is growing, new products are coming into place and you need to adapt to the business needs. And of course, for the lawyers, it's always, the workload is a huge, always it's like a challenge that you need to balance that. And if you want to make something in addition, you need to find those extra hours. So where I work at Vinted. And Vinted is a second-hand marketplace for the second-hand fashion items. It is also available here in Czech Republic. Proud to say that it's first Lithuanian unicorn, which has been evaluated at 3.5 billion euros, operating in 15 countries in North America and Europe, has over 50 million users.
Reach out and give you the microphone. I think your earrings are causing an issue.
Is it? Okay, so I have 2 tools now. Okay. So, yes. So I came here from Vilnius, headquarters in Lithuania, but we have over 1,500 employees. And there are offices even here in Prague, in Paris, Amsterdam, Utrecht, and Berlin. So in general, company values really resonates with me because we are on the mission to make sustainable consumption the first choice worldwide. Sorry about it. So yes, going to the legal department. So in general, companies' growth last year was over 63%. Legal department, 4 years ago it was 2 people, then we grew to, in 2 years to 10 people, and now we have nearly 40 people. So what does it mean? That in the beginning everyone did everything, and finally we've got the structure. Where we've got a general counsel, we've got a legal shipping team, we've got a product team for the marketplace, we've got IP and litigation, we've got corporate and the contracts team where I'm leading, also public affairs and compliance. Compliance is quite, I would say, new, huge team with the smaller sub-teams, data privacy, risk management, competition, and regulatory. Moving forward with a smaller scope of the contract teams and the challenges that we met. So how did our work look prior 2022? It's that whoever needed a contract, they used to contact us through Trello, which is actually a product management tool, or through Slack or email. Email actually in a startup-ish environment is not used that much. Slack is very popular. So anybody can drop you a message and give you a task to do that they need something. And what contract team does next then would take the full ownership, legal revision, and negotiations if needed, approvals additional from the other teams, and then also getting the signatures at the end. This process had quite a lot of issues, starting from the high risk, when unmanageable scope for the whole team. As company is growing, so more and more contracts are coming into force. Then also there was no budget control and for the spend, how much are spending the teams. And then InfoSec and in privacy teams usually been involved at the very late stages or sometimes even not. And there's another reason was that security reasons, because as I said, we still actually using Trello, which as a basic, from the basic perspective, so it has its limitations. So there is no access control. Everybody from the company, they can access any kind of documents and make any changes. It's not that it happened that somebody would make these changes, but still somebody can come and delete everything. So I guess it's not that good. So we had to make some, look for certain solutions. And what we did, that first, we actually tried to speak with additional stakeholders. I was super happy when the procurement manager was hired into finance team. We also invited privacy team members and InfoSec, where we start developing certain processes. And there was like 2 processes in parallel in created, procurement process and vendor due diligence. To manage that better, we implemented new tools. Jira in general was used in the company for whatever somebody needs support from IT, HR, so we done it the same for the procurement. Whatever, if anybody needs to buy something, they go to Jira. And we also we're implementing the contract lifecycle management. Unfortunately, not Legito, but Gatekeeper. And we started with NDAs and simple OPEX agreements. And then, as I said, there comes some changes. That business, actually, like 1 month ago, we had the plan that we're going to follow up with the next agreements, implementations. And then business coming with a new idea that they've got new product, and now we're going to have also B2B agreement, sales agreement. And my first idea was that, okay, so you have your SaaS program for the sales, for the clients, so maybe you can do implementations for the contracts, and let's keep it separately. But unfortunately, they said that they don't have enough time, and Gatekeeper is already said, so we're actually gonna use the contract lifecycle management both for the procurement and for the B2B agreements, which I guess sometimes works in some cases, so we will try. And what's next? We're working a lot about the guidelines and doing the preparations. And again, interesting thing, what was happening that this year war started, so there was lots of initiatives regarding the donations. And then I'm receiving one agreement with one NGO, then the second, then the third, and I'm asking our payments team, like, how many more we're gonna get? And they said like, oh, maybe another 30. And I said like, okay, so it's not gonna work like this, that we're gonna keep reviewing because it's gonna take a lot of time. So I just reviewed these 3 agreements and then a template, and I said like, okay, you go with our template, and then it's gonna be easier to onboard. So it's very important to think efficiently from that perspective, and to make it easier. So this is our preparations. So, and also next, regarding the purchases, that the business would be able to purchase certain things just with the invoices if it is less than 5,000 euros. Also, we provided certain guidelines for the procurement regarding OPEX contracts, and now we are about to build our templates database and clauses library, which at the end I get. So this is our like preparation. That in the end we will be able and be ready for certain to do certain automations. So this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you very much. And I'll take your stuff here. And thanks. Everyone, I had a senior moment. I'm not doing closing comments. We have one more panel, and I would recommend you stick around for it. Noel's going to bring his panel back to the stage, and we're going to discuss automation and innovation in law firms and the corporate legal departments. Welcome back to the stage, Noel.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We have another international cast of panelists for our final session, I think, of the whole event, which is corporate legal. So just to quickly introduce people, we have Teodora Bobcheva, apologies, coming from Bulgaria, Filip Ivanov. We have from Spain, Paul Handel, and from Prague, Jarmila Hanzelova. And Jarmila had her Christmas party last night, so she's looking good. So just to kick off, and we'll kind of go around the table. We'll start with you, Teodora. Could you just introduce yourself, give us some background to your company, and kind of why you were looking at document automation?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Teodora. I'm a lawyer and a barrister, and I'm with more than 15 years of experience, and currently I'm working and acting as an outsourced in-house general counsel for a large European IT company that's called Scale Focus. So I started as a legal trainee, and I'm really into legal tech. So apart from the traditional general counsel responsibilities, I also manage and direct legal processes in the legal department, and also develop strategies for generating value to the company. So one such stream is basically scaling, automation, and innovation.
Great, thank you very much. And Philip?
Thank you. My name is Philip. I'm the co-founder of Comentis. We are a consultancy and implementation company. We are a partner of Legito, proud partner of Legito, and we focus in 4 particular areas: sales, partnerships, legal tech, and operations automation. And we help companies accelerate their business velocity by enabling them with the most advanced out-of-the-box systems on the market.
Great, thank you. Jarmila?
My name is Jarmila Hanzelova. I'm attorney and head of knowledge management division at PRK Partners. PRK Partners is one of the biggest local law firms. We have about 100 lawyers here in Prague, Ostrava, and also in Bratislava, Slovakia. I started my career as a trainee and later on attorney, transaction attorney, and I spent many years in client service, but last couple of years, maybe 5 or 6 years, I've dedicated my energy into knowledge management and internal matters of our law firm, and I am currently responsible for deployment of various legal software, and I'm spending a lot of time with our staff, talking to our staff, and I'm also spending a lot of time with our vendors, and I'm combining the skills of the practicing lawyer and also some of the talents I've probably inherited from my family, because I come from an IT family. My father is a cyber engineer, so I happen to be able to combine those 2 worlds together.
Great, thank you. And finally, Paul?
Yes, hi, how are you?
My name is Paul. I'm a lawyer. I'm head of legal technology and partner of Ecija, which is a Spanish law firm. Although we have offices in several cities of Spain, we do also have presence in many countries of Latin America. We are around 950 lawyers in all. And I am in charge of the legal tech department. And it's very interesting because I work with law firms. Of course, I work at a law firm, but also implementing technology at a law firm, but also we launch a very innovative service that we help our clients also, corporate legal departments, innovate and implement legal technology. So we help them discover what are their requirements, what are their needs, their bottlenecks, and then help them match or find the best legal tech solution that will fit their needs, and then helping them in all the part of implementation. So it's been really, we started like a year and a half ago, and we have helped many clients do that, start that digital transformation. And also I'm a professor of legal tech at IE University in Madrid, and I am a co-director of a legal technology lab in Valencia.
Great, thank you, Paul. Teodora, if you could just give an outline in terms of what pain you're experiencing and why you kind of engaged Philip Skills to go out and find you, a solution that you didn't even know existed at the time. To give us a background, that's quite an interesting story.
So I deal with issues that everywhere experiences on a daily basis. So as you can imagine, contract negotiation is one of the most pleasant activities for the salesperson, and they would very often hand this pleasant work to us, even though it was one and the same contract as always every time. And once the negotiation starts, then you have a fluctuating number of stakeholders that get involved in different intervals throughout the process. So basically, when you don't have predetermined responsibilities, then decision making is very slow and bureaucratic. So the lack of control over a simple Word document gave me no guarantee that someone won't mess up with the contract with the intention to push the deal faster, and thus exposing the company to an unjustified risk. So as you can imagine, we wasted a lot of time in document comparing versions, and we would easily get overwhelmed after the second iteration. Also, the communication with clients back and forth via emails meant for us that we had very valuable information that was scattered across several mediums. And I won't even go into the time wasted in formatting and styling, because spending more than 20 minutes in populating one and the same data like company name, company address, representative in multiple input fields never will be basically justified or pleasant activities, so will be frustrating and will never bring any value. So at the end of the day, I realized that when doing legal work, legal teams are involved in legal operation even though they may not recognize it. So we struggle with mundane tasks, and we very often don't address them simply because we think that this is the way it should be, this is normal. I also had the same mindset. But the business consultant who I work very closely with basically made me realize that there are people like you that have already solved these issues.
Okay, so actually brings me on to the next question very nicely, Philip. So Teodora approaches you, she says, I've got all this pain, I don't even know there's anything out there that can solve my pain.
Right.
How did you go about finding Legito?
Yes, I mean, that is a very interesting task, because obviously first thing we need to do is the analysis and the scope. So scoping such a project, first thing we need to kind of like consider, I mean, she's dealing with 7 departments, actually 11 data streams. So it's very important for me to make sure that I know all the data streams, all the particularities behind her operational everyday work. Then out of that, I extracted keywords such as document automation, content assembly, that I searched for in the internet, and Legito was the first thing that popped up. And introduction video was very easy to understand. It gave me exactly what I think I needed, but I wasn't sure. So I tested it. I was very happy to see actually that there's a third day, a free trial. Yeah. I tested it, and then I said to myself, well, is that the best solution? So I went around. I tried other things like Precisely, PandaDoc, and I found out that the flexibility that Legito provides and the comprehensive solution that it provides doesn't match any other. And I thought, well, this is actually the case. And I think the most interesting and the most, I would say the feature that I like most is actually the editor. Because it was the first time that I created a functional interface just by dragging and dropping. It was just very much different from all the others because it was structured. I could easily understand it, and I could say, well, I can build something great with this.
That's great, thank you, Philip. So just on the subject of stories, Amila, can you just give us some background just about your journey into document automation from the public service that you actually provided, I think it was via Walters Kluwer back in the day, to actually implementing Legito for your internal requirements. So that was quite interesting.
Well, we started our first bigger document automation project in 2017, and it was a common project with Wolters Kluwer, which is a publisher of literature for lawyers, and we had some cooperation with them before, and for a while we were considering whether or not to start a document automation project, the aim of which would be setting up a platform, internet platform with automated legal documents. Actually this came true, and we built up websites called www.vzornepravo.cz, and on this platform our end customers, end users who are not lawyers, can fill out simple legal documents from various areas, including civil law, corporate law, GDPR, and others. And this was we've learned a lot throughout this project. We've learned how to work with our first document automation software. We've learned about project management as we went along, obviously. And we are happy that we could have gone through that, and thanks to this experience we knew this was something we want to put forward also for our corporation, for our internal clients, for our lawyers, and for our external clients as well. And that was the reason why we start searching after other legal tech providers, and because of that experience, practical experience we had with the software we were using for this first project, we generally knew what we were after and what we wanted for us, and we tried out several solutions and chose Legito. Yeah, and we started in-house implementation after that. Yeah.
Great, it's just an interesting journey that you provide in these services externally, and then when you decided to do it internally.
So our way was probably very different from the way of other corporations, but that was the way it was.
Great, thank you. So just on to some of the benefits, and I'll ask this question to Theodora. Could you just give us a little bit of a highlight of the benefits that you've gained? I know you've integrated Legito with Salesforce, and you're working a lot of innovation to address risk management and timelines, most negotiated clauses and all the analytics and all that good stuff. I do actually have a slide here which I'm hoping is relevant.
So, sure. So, we have implemented the entire scope of Legito features, And currently we use the system within 7 departments, which is sales, back office, risk management, subcontractor management, HR, and legal. So after a couple of weeks after the implementation, I would literally feel that my workload dropped by half. So it took me less than 15 minutes even to draft a document where it takes me like 1 hour or 2 hours to do this. So basically it's been since a while that I have not been allowed by any typos or wrong references that we ever deal in the contracts, and I have completely forgotten about formatting. Of course, I can talk a lot about such benefits of Legito, but the most valuable thing that I get from Legito is basically that I have total control over content, workflow processes, and of course, customer journey. So when you have the freedom to basically manage these three aspects, then other benefits that are previously hidden start to surface from the system. For example, we reduced basically the time for drafting to signing by 5 times. We also discovered the most often accepted clauses by clients, so we basically unified the language across all documents. And having the extra time and getting more familiar with Legito, I decided to take it to the next level, and I asked my team to integrate it with our CRM Salesforce. So we have bidirectional communication flow, and this gives us the ability to basically create documents in Legito from Salesforce. So in this case, we have data imported from Salesforce into newly created documents in Legito, and vice versa, where we have the ability to pull data into Salesforce, basically from external records in Legito. So we just keep data consistency. Of course, one of the most used features, I guess this will be a surprise, but one of the most used features for us is the timeline, because we interaction between the colleagues and the clients, and we use it to understand the delays in our business velocity. And we took it even so far that we basically use the follow-up instruction as a risk management tool. So what we do is basically we created a risk matrix by using the conditions between the main document and the follow-up instructions. And basically when you create a document, then you have the calculated risk below the document, and even you can email it to the supervisor for approval. And of course, as Sondre said 2 years ago, I really like it. Platformization is really the way forward. This means that basically all useful features and their time saving, they're under one roof, and they are governed by one goal and ideology that is optimum user experience with maximum business impact. And this is what I really need and seek for, and this is basically what Legito gave me.
Great, well thank you, that's an excellent use case. Paul, just want to kind of widen the conversation here, just in terms of some of the lectures you give in universities, etc. But just in your opinion, how does document automation fit within contract lifecycle management?
Yes, that's a very, very interesting question. Contract lifecycle management involves more things than just technology. It involves a lot of a combination of best practices and process engineering. For example, having templates, having class libraries, playbooks for contracts and negotiations, having cleared, for example, who's the owner of each contract or of each important clause, who must approve the contracts in each circumstances. And I think that once you have all those things figured out, it will depend, of course, on the size of the legal department, you can start thinking about document automation. And I think document automation like expands and enhances everything you just did before. Having, for example, the templates automated gives you, reduces a lot of time of drafting the agreement. It also reduces the contract turnaround. This is something that is in the mind of every business division. It also helps you reduce or eliminate human risk at all. And this translates into dedicating less time in reviewing the agreements, right? Because sometimes a lot of things that you are reviewing are generated because you committed mistakes in the authoring part. So at the end, every thing good that you can do at the beginning of each stage will definitely help the next stages. Another thing that helps a lot in document automation is that you increase a lot consistency of the agreements using the templates, and that helps you, again, in another stage, having consistency in your agreements. That will help you, for example, in obligation management, because you'll have more homogeneous obligations, consistency of obligations along all your agreements, instead of having to review each agreement individually to figure out what obligations you assumed. Also, and I think this is a very important part in thinking about where the futures in document automation or legal tech concerning contracts, is that you have structured data since inception of the agreement, right? Because if you author an agreement using a tool like Legito, you would have a lot of values to those variables already structured, and from there you can do lots of things. You can do reporting, you can do compliance, you can do obligation management. And in that way, you won't require artificial intelligence later to extract that information from unstructured data that you have in agreement. So having a lot of agreements prepared in a document automation system, definitely it's paramount to contract management. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Paul. Philip, I'll move the conversation back to you. Just a little bit of an outline on the documents and processes that you've automated.
Yes, absolutely. That ties in great with what you just said. So the structured data is I think it's a game changer.
Yeah.
I would suggest that everybody start with, of course, the front-facing documents. The first one is the NDA. We started with that. We automated that. It was very easy adoption. And we moved over to things like, wait a second.
Like a customer.
Framework agreements, right?
Yeah.
Then we built packages for subcontractor management. And then we moved over to things like professional services agreement with over 60 variables. And these are all self-servicing tools. So technically, one of the first adoptions that we did was the NDA, as I said. Then later on, when we started doing the subcontractor management packages, it was very self-serving. And at the end, when we started working a couple of weeks into this, we saw that structured data. We saw that feedback that we got from that structured data, which was really amazing.
Great. Jarmila, could you just give us just explain the two use cases that you use Legito for? So, in particular, anti-money laundering and your business lines, and also in the first case, your role with the Bar Association.
Okay. Well, we are using Legito not only for client templates, but we are trying to improve our internal processes through Legito templates. We've set up templates for engagement letters and pitches, and recently also for our anti-money laundering obligations. Within PRK, I'm responsible for this internal compliance too, and maybe if there are some lawyers in the audience, they know that anti-money laundering stuff is not the most popular one, because it imposes a lot of obligations on lawyers, and it creates a lot of administration, which we don't really like, and plus it's not always easy to really remember what sort of evidence to keep here and there, and that's why we were trying to think how we could support our attorneys in this compliance procedure, and then we tried to use Legito for this, and we were very excited about the result because we could put all the options we could build in our internal policy to show various ways where the process can lead you to, and we were even so excited about the result that we wanted to share it with other attorneys, and we approached the Czech Bar Association. And we said to them, look, we have this template which we think is great, and aren't you interested in sharing it amongst the attorneys via your websites? And in the end, it didn't take more than a couple of months before we actually launched this, and you can see our Legito anti-money laundering template slightly adapted in order to be used by other lawyers on the websites of the Czech Bar Association. We are very happy for that.
Yeah, that's great. Theodora, any best practice or tips and tricks you can suggest based on your experience?
Yeah, definitely. So my first tip would be to arm yourself with patience, because basically the most common mistake made is our desire to automate everything when we see how it is easy to automate. And this creates chaotic automation in patches, which really afterwards wastes a lot of time in achieving data consistencies, as you said. So strategizing how to best automate all your documents, right? This is the most valuably spent time. It really will save you time and great effort in the future, because you would avoid reworking basically all the logic, and this is where most time is wasted. What's important really to develop in your strategy is basically think about the relationship between document structure, legal logic, and overall customer user experience. Legito has really great features as tooltips or the instructions that help also the clients and Legito users, internal users, the colleagues, to navigate and operate the documents very fast and very independently. And my tip is that you can do all of this during the 30 days free trial. Basically, you can have this for testing and evaluating purposes. Another major thing is the adoption. This is also very important. So once you have your contract templates ready, automated, and you have configured Legito to your likings, I strongly advise you to consider how much time you want to spend in training basically training your colleagues in legal processes. So what I would advise you is to create short videos that addresses individual processes and their corner cases. And for example, if you roll up Legito to many users, so basically you can provide them with a feedback form so they can share their experiences.
Well, that actually brings me really nicely onto my next question to you, Paul. It's really, how do you manage change and ensure new solutions are adopted by the business?
Yes, definitely. I think that one important term that you used right now is adoption, right? So you can implement technology, you can make a great requirement gathering process, you can make a great selection, you can select the best tool in the market, you can also make the best implementation and all. But then it comes the part of adoption. So how can you guarantee adoption? And that involves people. You know, at the end, if you are implementing technology, it has to be centered, people-centered. customer-centered. It depends on what you're trying to implement. So that's why it's very important to have a change management program designed and executed. So change management programs are paramount, are important for these type of situations. Basically, the pillars of those type of programs are: you need executive sponsorship. If you're trying to do something big and change how people work, you will require some executive sponsorship along the way. Maybe also to solve any budget constraints, or to deal with, for example, some people that are reluctant to change. Also, one other important factor of change management programs are communication, right? You have to have communication strategy since the beginning of the project, telling everybody what the project is about, what are the stages, what is the timeline, what are the benefits that is going to be adding to the business or to the law firm. And also, you have different audiences. You have to have communications with your stakeholders. You have to have communications with the users, which are the ones that are going to use the tool at the end. But also, you have to identify all those divisions, all those people that are going to be impacted in some way regarding this implementation, and also engage with them and explain to them what's going on in the company, why, when, and how. Another important phase of change management program would be training, right? So you can have a very good tool, but you need training. You need a training program, and that's something that it's very important to have different training options, like you said, small videos. You can have also available self-paced, but also in person, or also custom trainings, and also support. Support is a very important part of change management. Normally, people will understand training programs, and you can have a tremendous training program, but then problems will arise in different stages, and you need a support from your vendor or for the partner of your vendor. And that's a very important thing that most of the times when people are selecting a tool, they don't actually look at, right? They just look at the features of the tools or the demo, but then you have to ask questions like, what happens if something goes wrong? What type of support is the vendor going to give me? How accessible is this support? What will be the cost of that support? And there's actually a lot of surveys that say that a lot of legal tech implementation programs fail. It's a very high percentage that they fail, and one of the main reasons is because they didn't have a change management program.
Great, thank you, Paul. We've got just under 4 minutes left, so I'm going to ask two last questions. So, Teodora, the first one for you is just how has document automation assisted with self-service in your organisation?
So basically, at the beginning, I was receiving filled out Word templates, and I really had no idea how similar they were basically to the documents, to my templates, and I constantly was wasting time reassuring myself that there's no risk due to some enthusiastic salesperson. So compared to now, where I basically create templates the way I want, and colleagues use it according to how I want really them to be used. And of course, this helps me sleep better at night, but the most important thing is that this gives freedom to the colleagues to operate independently within the framework of the company policies. And perhaps the greatest thing about Legito is that it really forces us to develop a self-serving and data-driven culture, because it's been a while, and now we see that standardization patterns emerge into legal industry, and this gives our clients a high level of security and really predictability. So these standards, I can say, can only be achieved basically if we use such platforms like Legito, and we basically move away from legacy way of thinking and using limited tools such as email and Word.
Great, thank you. We're good. So last question to Yamila. Theodore was explaining about how she quite innovatively used the timeline of Legito to kind of track, what clauses have been used and time and stuff like that. You've been quite innovative as well, using Legito to, you have a template to calculate court fees.
Yes.
So it's really innovative. Can you just tell us a little bit about that? 'Cause it's really interesting.
Yeah, well, this is one of the examples of a small piece of document that can change the process rapidly. In our litigation department, we had people spending quite a lot of time preparing the filing to the court. At the end of the proceeding, you have to calculate your costs, and it is it requires some calculations. It's not that advanced, but still it's quite prone to error. And we realized that Legito had computing functions that could help us solve this. So we prepared a template which is not that advanced if you look at it from the text point of view, but has these building functions. And today we basically insert 4 numbers at the beginning of the process, and you get everything calculated, and you are ready basically within 10 minutes. And it's been a big improvement for our support staff, for our litigation department. So I encourage everybody to explore those functions of Legito too.
Thank you. Well, I've had the tap on the shoulder from John, so I think my time's up. But we could talk. What I love is that all the little things different organisations do just to make innovative little applications with Legito. It's fantastic. So hopefully we can share all these stories over a glass of wine tonight. But thank you very much. I really appreciate all of your time. And I'm 13 seconds over, John.
Thank you, everybody. You can stay here. I just want to wrap things up. We're most grateful to everyone who participated today, certainly our guest speakers, our panelists. And to show our gratitude, we have a great event planned for you this evening. We're going to be taking a river cruise. And in fact, the bus is here. So what we're going to do is just take a very short break and then meet the bus out front here, and then we'll be taken down to the cruise, okay? Thank you, everyone, for a very wonderful day. We look forward to seeing you on the cruise, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Paul.
All right.